You're watching Zounds. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Ho, 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 ho. Okay, Anna, we've let him out of his kennel now. My son was arriving and we didn't want him running down the road. He's out now. Casper. Casper? Where's Chris? Where's Chris? Okay, thumbs up if you can hear me. No, nothing. Testing 1, 2. Is that fine? Hello. I think that must be better. There we go. I'm in the house. Or just outside. Maybe in a tent. Okay, who's in the chat here? Hello, Sean. Nice to see you here. Anna, of course. Steve Perrin says that yours is bigger than mine, but I have more balls. Oh, he's talking about the Christmas tree, of course. Yes, never mind. Yeah, Frank, yeah. If you're awake at 2 o'clock in the morning, you need to lie there. Can't be bothered to go to the room, but you need to go. And then it takes you a while to nod off, but you normally do. It may take 20 minutes or so. Hello, Spur. How you doing, mate? Oh, Frank's working. What's that? I used to do that. Spoon says it's 3:30 a.m. Well, it's definitely 3:30 a.m. somewhere in the world. Wow, it's an all-time record. We've got 5 people watching. Whoa! Oh, there you go, Steve. Yeah, that hit the nail. When I go back. I do like going back for Christmas there, but I don't go back much because it's like dark 20 hours of the day. The Christmas day is nice and the Boxing Day and the Christmas Eve. The summer, at least you've got those longer days and you can sit outside, sit in the pub garden till 9 with an umbrella normally, but the longer days are nice. And like the south of France is even better. It doesn't get dark in the summer till about 11, and they have better weather. But that's nice sunny days in England, blue sky. Even in the winter, when there's a blue sky and you get up, it's a bit crispy. There's fog in your breath. I love all that. I like that. As long as it's not bloody raining and grey. Come on, it does. I like it. Got my microphone set up a little bit differently. Am I coming over clear or is it all funny? Answers on the postcard. Thanks, Steve. Maybe that's a little bit better, a bit clearer. I don't know. I've got 3 microphones here, one on the webcam, one on my lab cam, and one on my headphones. I think this is the one on my headphones. It's what I normally use. Sounds a bit better now. Is that better? Okay, Steve Perrin doesn't like the free music from YouTube, and I don't blame him, to be honest. But it's better than me talking. Okay, so who's going to win the World Cup? That's what we have to ask ourselves. Who's going to beat England in the final? That's what we want to know. Oh, just because they beat Switzerland the other day, Spoon. What did you know about football? Sorry, mate. Switzerland were like in the category of Iran, Qatar, and Wales. They shouldn't have even been in the bloody competition. England haven't played anybody big yet either. Next Saturday, we play the biggest of the big. De France, de Escargot. We have 11 Escargot, and we have Mbappe. We'll see. We'll see. I like Benfica, Spoon. I have to say that's an old club back in the day, along with Ajax and Benfica. But you know, Canada, are they out? They are, aren't they? Oh yeah. I preferred it when the music was playing, to be honest. Bloody Perrin.
No! Not good! Stop! Not good! What are you doing? You burned all the food, the shade, the rum!
Yes, the rum is gone.
Why is the rum gone? But why is the rum gone? Mastering terrible for you. Well, it bloody is now!
Just saying. I like Man About Oz. He no, I was gonna say he threatened me. That's wrong because it was a nice invite. He said, "Andy, I won't do the accent." But Andy, he said, "What did he say?" Okay, I'm on this mic now. Okay, so he said, "Andy," he says, "When I come over, it's all on me." You know how he talks. He sort of like fades off at the end of a sentence. It's all on me. All you have to do is I'll be there. But you have to make sure that it's not 1 hour or 2 hours. It's 12, 14 hours. And you've got to be standing for all of those. I can't wait to meet you, Andy. That's my impression of Oz. Pretty pathetic. But he did say that. I thought it was funny. Well done, Frank. Man About Oz is but in a good way. Well, aren't we all? Aren't we all, Frank? No, I'm not going to play the music anymore, Steve. You said you didn't like it, so that's it. We could listen to fountain music. Then everybody spends their time in the bathroom. So Thailand now is going through, I say a cooler period. It's cooler in the morning. When I say it's cooler, it's like, I don't know, it's like about 22, 23 in the morning, then rises up by midday, it's around about the 26, 27, and 1 or 2, we can get over that. And then it cools down in the evening again. So this is our so-called winter season. Up north, of course, it gets a lot cooler. I was in Khao Yai last weekend for a beer festival. That was last Saturday. What day is it today? Is it Thursday today? Shows you where I'm at. Yes, it's Thursday. Thank you, Google. Yeah, Thursday. And I'm just about getting over it. It was a craft beer, and all the brewers of the area came, and you paid like, I think it was 1,500 baht. It started at 2 and went on till they ran out of beer. It was free flow. It was great. Yeah, it was even in the afternoon. There was a breeze. It was really nice. I was in Khao Yai. That was nice. I enjoyed it. Yes, Boone, that's my son's new pickup, Ford Ranger Raptor, 3-litre petrol, naturally aspirated, 480 horsepower. We just took it for a spin down the soy, and it drives like almost like an S-Class, but you've got so much weight on it. It weighs over, God knows how many tons it weighs. But it accelerates 0 to 60 in about, I don't know, it's got to be around about the 5 to 6 second mark. And it's massive. It's great. It's great. And its off-road capabilities are tremendous as well, apparently. But, we don't do much off-roading around here. But anyway, yeah, that's the pickup, yeah. There's a 1-year waiting list for it. I heard that in Australia, they're like, that's the biggest market for them now because there's some sort of a tax break with the Raptor. That's what I heard. Good spot, Spoon. Good spot, mate. God, do people look at the videos that closely? I'd show you around it, but my camera's fixed to the laptop, so. The only thing is I'd have a little problem with it. It's wide. It's pretty wide. It's long, but, it's wide. Spoon, I lurk everywhere. Lurk, 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 lurk. By the way, anybody loving the Christmas tree or not loving it, you've got to wait till it gets dark, and then you see all the lights. My wife and our house helper did it. I don't know, I sat from a chair and choreographed the whole thing. Oh, Giz a cigarette, mate. First of all, I love the handle there. Giz a cigarette, mate. Andy, what would you like for Christmas? I could be really stupid now and say world peace, right? But I'm not, a contender for Miss World or anything. So what I like for Christmas? That everybody I've invited over for Christmas over the 2 days, 24th and 25th, have a great time, enjoy everything, and we don't run out of anything. That would make my Christmas. Thanks, Giz. Frank, the truck's gas. Yeah. 9 miles to the gallon. Spoon, IDK. Well, you got to show us a picture of it. We can tell you what's missing. I've got some really good blue lights on the upper half of it, but you can't see them at the moment. It's nice, get the presents around. God, it's really hard having a one-way conversation. I'm hopeless at holding streams like on my own. Oh, Frank says, Andy, how about you? How many years in Thailand? Well, that's easy. I came here in '83. 93, 2003, 2030. So just coming up for 40 years. And don't ask me where they went. Bloody hell. Yeah, I used to live in Norway for a year or so. I have spent a Christmas in Norway. Yeah, there is snow. Yes, a lot of it. And in Canada, I guess must be same. Oh, there we go. Let's have a Zounds tree comp. That's a good idea. Let's talk to the people in charge of. Oh, that's me. That's not just me. Let me have a word with the boys. That's a good idea. Get in the Christmas spirit. Spoon says it's hot today. So what temperatures are you talking about? Talk in Celsius, please, Spoons, so that the rest of the world can understand you. We don't do Fahrenheit anymore. Oh, Johnny's there. Hello, Andy and everyone. Johnny. You put your tree up yet, Johnny? I bet he says, I don't believe in trees. It's all a bloody con. It's all making Christmas all too commercialized. We don't need a tree. I put a twig up and I hang a couple of quails from the branches. Sorry, Johnny. He'll come on now and put me on in my place. Our chat's getting busy. We're getting up to 8. Frank says, hello, Johnny. Spoon says, hello, Siam. Spoon's laughing for some reason. And he's laughing again for some reason. Frank likes the idea of the spoons. Why don't we have a Zounds tree comp? We'll get Anna to judge it. That'd be good, right? Oh, 2 Celsius. Oh, it's bloody hot, Spoon. I used to DJ a bit in Norway, and I used to drive from club to club, 1 month one club, 1 month another club, and I was in Trondheim, which is north near Tromsø in Norway, which is over the Arctic Circle. Parked my car outside the club, left it for a month, couldn't find it when I got out. Had to get a pole to find out. Well, I think I parked it here somewhere. Drunk, found it. And do you know what? It was a Datsun 120Y coupe. This is like 1979. Put the ignition stick in, turned it over, started up first time. Just saying. Hello, Johnny.
G'day, Andy. Bar humbug. Stuff Christmas. Too commercialised. It's bullshit.
I told you, guys. I told you. You're the last one I want in my house over Christmas. No, you're the first person I'd want. But I'd have to say, look, stop it. You don't like Christmas.
I've been put out to pasture. My niece has taken over Christmas dinner or Christmas lunch duties.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'd done it for that many years for the family.
Yeah.
It's not funny. And I appreciate it, but in some ways I feel left out because for a week it gave me something to do because I would cook turkey, chicken, lamb, beef, pork, everything, and put it into Cryovac bags where it only had to be put into warm, hot water to warm it up. It was nice and moist and fresh, and the whole deal of it. It was just a case of serving,
And did
And I
they?
say, for years, and I mean over bloody 25 years.
Yeah.
The whole part about it is now I've been put out to pasture. I rang my niece earlier on today and I said, what can I do? And she says, just bring some beer and turn up.
I would say that's a result.
And she is my favourite niece. I love her to death, But the whole part about it is it's like redundancy.
Feeling not wanted or not a contributor.
Well, after 25 years of doing something, and then all of a sudden, no, you've done enough. We want to do it. You and my sister, which is her mother, you sit back and just relax and enjoy. And even a mother, she used to make a beautiful trifle. If you had too many bowls of trifle, you were pissed.
Heavy on the sherry, as we used to say.
We use Cointreau over here.
Oh, that's even better.
Yeah. None of this cheap shit. But the whole thing about it is it's only once a year. So, and it was get together and the whole part about it. But so I just get a semi decent gift for her 2 feral children, and we go along and I have a good laugh and a joke about it because I always get these toys that are supposed to be between this age group and that age group, and some assembly required. And I spend the afternoon watching everybody trying to put them together. That's my entertainment.
I remember you years ago telling me on stream about Christmases are all right, but then you all sit around the table and then everybody has a row with everybody. And I felt really sorry for you then because I thought, well, that's not what a Christmas Day is about. Do you remember that? You were saying everyone.
Oh, look, I will. Our family was like every other family. Some people get along, some people guided in what their childhoods were or whatever. I feel sorry for them. My sister, which is the oldest, and I'm the youngest, the others, I don't know what fucking planet they come from. But nowadays it's pretty well. The niece, which is now hosting, which is my sister's daughter, lovely girl, and that we get together and we totally enjoy it. Prior to that, when I downsized, it used to be held at my sister's place, but my sister, all she had to do is have some boiling water to go and cook a few veggies and cook the roast butts. Everything else was bang, there you go. And there was enough for probably about 20 people for 10 days, but that was good. When the niece went home, she went home with enough turkey and ham and chicken and beef and everything to last their family a week. But I enjoyed it. Now, like I say, I feel.
Well, I mean, yes, I get it, but sometimes you have to pass the baton over. You do.
I'm glad and you're right, Andy. Your armpit. If you're going to have your camera on, mate, you might have it on your face or just put it on the tree because, armpits aren't good. But I used to go as far as I would make our Christmas ham.
Oh, yeah, right.
And that'd take a week or about a week and a half, actually. By the time it was smoked and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, when I came to Thailand, I was single, but when I met my wife, I was always Christmassy, but being single is hard to be Christmassy. But then I met my wife and we had a home, and her parents had never celebrated Christmas, only New Year, but they loved the Christmas idea. And for years, for 25, well, up to last year, we would host a Christmas day. So this year I'm doing it different. I've got my niece coming over from London, and it'll be my son and his partner and me and my wife, and we'll sit down on the 24th, have a nice steak, a few bottles of wine, cheese platter, and exchange little presents between us. And then on the 25th, we haven't done it before, but it's like an open house where we have just like a cold buffet with, like Italian style deli type thing, with cold meats and bread and loads of wine. And then people can come and go, stay, and whatever. And then it's less hassle. My wife used to spend all Christmas Day in the kitchen while I just got pleasantly drunk on wine with all the people that were coming. And I thought, now this time, let's ease the pressure. So we're going to do a cold cut like buffet. And on the 24th, just like a very close family dinner, which I love. I think that's... So
I can relate to that, because I used to wake up Christmas Eve. I'd have a few drinkies, wake up about 2 a.m. and start cooking, and then when the multitudes, which would be up to 20 people,
right.
And there was, like friends out in the town that didn't have partners, or their partners had died or whatever. They always got an invite. So, there was always plenty of people, as well as the family. And it was kind of a tradition thing that we used to do, no one should, the old no one should be alone at Christmas and all that kind of shit.
Absolutely.
But when the parents died and a few things changed and that, I spent a few years just me and the dog, until my sister moved around a little bit where she was a bit closer. And I quite enjoyed the solitude also at that time. But I still enjoy the Christmas type of thing.
Yeah,
I like places. I'd say, oh, thank you for the invite, but I'd never turn up. But we got it back because the family moved back into the area again. So everybody's kind of relatively close again, and we rekindled it. But I got put out the pasture last year, and I don't mind that, as far as I only have to turn up, but last year was a hoot because one of the niece's children, she got 2 young children. I got one of these robot Paw Patrol thingos that everybody had a bit of a go at it to try and put it together,
which is cool. Participation.
And I was just, look, my stomach hurt from laughing so much.
Right.
And then I kind of reached across the table and got this thing and put it together and gave it to the niece. And she, the niece is she'd be my grandniece, I suppose. And she immediately dropped it on the floor and it fell into a million parts. And they all went, oh, we've got to put it back together. So that was another half a friggin' day.
Money well spent.
And until Johnny intervened again and put it back together. But yeah, it was money. I tell you what, I had a lot of fun, and my stomach and my stomach muscles hurt for about a week because I'd laughed my guts out that much.
Yeah. How cool is that? I mean, that's so cool. I mean, as I say, we used to have like 18 people over, a lot of them on their own, and we were, I'm not like a mission you know what I mean? And they would be friends of the family, but they would enjoy the Christmas spirit. But I just felt stressed for my wife more than me. I mean, I'd like to say I was stressful, but no, she did all the work. And I said, no, this year, just a little nice family 24th, and then the 20th, and exchange of, intimate presents. And then the 25th, everybody's welcome. And the idea is you bring a plate and a bottle. So the plate goes on the buffet, and the bottle goes for drinking, whatever it is. And I know them; they'll all bring like a case of wine and whatever. It'll be mad. Loads of cheese and bread and salami, and that's how I envisage it, and that's how I hope. Someone said, what do you hope for this Christmas? I just for that to go well. I would love people just coming in, enjoying, feeling relaxed, enjoying the house, enjoying the company, enjoying the tunes, and just, come and go. Okay, I'm going now. Okay, bye. Happy Christmas, whatever. That's all I want.
Jeff, my phone ran out of battery. That's why it cut out. I got blasted on charge.
Yeah.
The one thing about it, Andy, the old the farming background and all that, but the chickens I used to have on the Christmas table, I grew them. The turkey, I grew it. The lamb, I grew it. The beef, I grew it. The pig, which went into the hams and whatever, I grew it. So to me, it was wonderful because everything was produce.
Cool.
Which used to be the family farm, which was our tie to the whole thing of it,
And Christmas is family. They have the Songkran in Thailand, which is family. But Christmas is, for me, it's the ones that you love. You don't want any idiots around. You don't want any negativity around. It's just like, we love you, you love us. And this is today. That's what I like. That's how
no worries, Jeff.
Every day, I'm telling in the Philippines. Okay, glad you didn't drop for a heart attack last week.
I was talking to Jeff on the telephone, and all of a sudden it just went boom, and I went, "Oh shit, what's wrong with the telephone?" And I looked, and it's got no charge in it.
All right, yeah. What happened
so
to
it's still charging enough so I could ring him back to say, "Oh, sorry about that, mate. My phone ran out of charge."
You see, I was brought up with Christmas meant everything to me when I was a kid. I know it means a lot to most kids, but it meant, I was, on the 24th, go carol singing, looking up in the sky to try and see. I stopped believing in Santa Claus when I was about 15.
You did 15. We used to have a sign. We used to have a sign on the gate. We shoot every third salesman. The second one just left, and Christmas carolers are not welcome.
Oh, this is a little village. It's lovely. And then we'd go into their house and we'd have a little glass of sherry, even the kids, a little bit, and we'd sing, Once in Royal David City. To me, I won't have those carols played in the house on Christmas Day. I just cry. And it's only right or wrong. It's just like my Christmases was really great when I was young with the family, and I tried to replicate it here in Thailand, but with the weather and everything else, year by year, it was chipping at me it's not quite Christmas. It's not quite Christmas. I've done well because I'm here now after 40 years and still celebrating Christmas, but it's not the same as 20 years ago.
The one thing about, all right, Southeast, not totally Southeast Asia, but Thailand. It's not on their religious calendar, and which is what we're really talking, religious calendar and things like that. Yeah. The gift giving and the cheer and the all that is associated with Christmas.
But it's reserved for the time of New Year.
It's foreign. Yeah, it is foreign to Thai people. But by the G's, they clicked onto it real quick. especially when it's Christmas. Oh, happy Christmas, darling. You'll hang on your tie. You don't believe in this. You don't get a gift. Well, stuff you're on. Not giving you yours, and
But they obviously, because of the culture and the religion, they don't understand the Christmassy side, midnight mass, and all those things that we used to do. Well, I did when I was a kid. But to me, that added to the allure of Christmas to me. And leaving little mince pie out as you went to bed on the Christmas Eve, and coming down to see it was half eaten. To me, that was the best ever. He came down. I didn't care how he came down the chimney. I don't care how he did everybody in one go. To me, it was just magical, and that's the magical of Christmas. It's the children, and that's what Spoon has just said. Spoon said, "Christmas is for kids, but it's for adults enjoying the kids' enjoyment." That's what I'm saying.
Like for us. Frank, if you ever come over here, you're welcome at my place. I'll put you up, not a problem, mate. The real thing about it, Christmas, to me, is family and friends.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, at times it brings together old wounds, old bullshit, and it keeps on. Some people won't let stuff go.
Well, for me, no. For me, it was always harmonious and love.
Like I'm not saying our life was perfect, but usually Christmas Day we had dinner or lunch. Lunch is a little better description. Yeah. We had lunch, and. This is childhood stuff, and my parents would be entertaining and stuff like that, and I'd be on the tractor out on the baler baling hay, and then we'd have dinner, and my parents would go to church and all that, whatever, and it was up to me and my sisters to get those bales of hay and go and put them in the hay shed in the stack.
Mm-hmm.
And that was Christmas Day for that many years, I can't remember.
Yeah.
Because that's the one thing about a farm. Hay waits for no man, in weather-wise, to get good quality stuff. When the bales hit the ground, you want to get them undercover in the shed because it's always going to rain.
With the hay leaving a meter between the top of the hay bales and the roof, because you don't want the heat to.
It was where the trusses went, but yeah. But the thing is, it was bloody hard work. But did we care about it? No, because it was just something we'd done all our lives.
What you do? Yeah.
Do I begrudge it? No, I don't. Some of it I do. Although I'd swear, bitch, and moan about it now if I had to do it. But
so you don't miss it?
I don't. There's a lot of things about the farm I don't miss, but there is things that I do miss.
Mm-hmm.
I think some of the animals that gave me the most joy was pigs.
I enjoyed cows. I loved them.
But all the animals were good. They were there for one reason, and that was to produce something. It was either meat or milk or offspring, because at the end of the day, it's a business.
They all had a purpose.
Yeah.
Frank 47 says, funny thing, I forgot it's summer in Oz during Christmas. I always think it's cold everywhere.
Well, that's that. You're right, Frank. Because we used to look at television, and it'd be the Americans kind of, oh, what a wonderful Christmas, and they'd walk outside and this lovely fluffy snow falling down. You say, fuck that.
Yeah, yeah. But it's all to do with, I think, childhood memories. I think seals how you look upon Christmas, even in your later life. It's how you had Christmas when you were younger. I do. I honestly believe it's you. You can simulate it later of something that you thought it might have been. But if you've actually had a good Christmas up to the age of like 15, 16, when you get older and you get married, you will try to simulate that. I guarantee you. I guarantee you that.
Well, I always, like I say, I always kept that tradition of the family, and you know, friends of the family together for as long as I possibly could, and you know, our family spread out. You know, things changed and whatever, but it was always a thing that we kind of got together, you know, Christmas, and it was a good thing. You know, when you say about bury the hatchet, how deep?
And sometimes you have the strength to pull it back out.
Yeah, but you know, it was one of those things that I don't like the commercialization of it.
No, who does? I mean, I honestly think most people don't like it, but you know, the commercial side means they can go to a store and they can buy, you know, have the array of presents to buy, spend money, and it's easily available to placate what they need to do for Christmas. They have all the shops.
Welcome, Jess. You just home from work?
Who's that? Busy.
Busy, yeah.
Busy. Hello, y'all dropped off by to hit the little and wish you all well. Okay, well done. Nice to see you there. Yeah. Yeah, we're just full of the Christmas spirit at the moment.
I haven't drank any spirits. I just drink beer.
Christmas, I drink wine, so you know, the time I do drink wine.
Last time I had wine, women, and song, I was paying maintenance for years.
Well, I know, but at Christmas,
oh, bugger, Jess, bugger. You enjoy your night back. We'll talk maybe. But it is, you know, like Valentine's Day. That's an American thing.
Yeah.
And because, let's face it, a lot of the retailers and whatever, they will jump on anything and promote it so that they have another occasion for marketing.
Yeah.
You know, I can guarantee you within a few days of Christmas finishing, they'll start promoting Easter.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, that's what pisses me off. That to me takes away from what the traditions and things like that are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But at the end of the day, we have what we believe in and how it should be, and we carry on. The new generation, I know my son, when I'm past and gone, he will carry on with his family exactly what we did in our family, which is exactly what I did in my family with my parents, and they did with their parents. So it'll carry on. It just gets made, you know, for some people.
Well, that's right. Your children have that learnt thing, and they will carry it on, and they'll pass it on to their children.
Yeah.
So that's a good thing, even though it's not within the beliefs of the normal Thai.
No, not their
But
thing.
your children aren't the normal type because they are that their father is English.
Yeah, correct. And mum loves it, and mum's mum loved it, and mum's dad, when he was alive, loved it. And as I say, when I married her, this is what we're doing at Christmas. And they knew Christmas trees and all that. But I said, this is what we do for Christmas dinner or lunch or whatever we call it. We get family over, and they loved it. They jumped in head first. They loved it with the presents and Santa, and then the kid was born, and everything was great. And they loved it. But before me, it was no Christmas. It was a working day.
Oh, Jess, you can't say that. I was going to send you a Valentine's card this year. Oh, no, I can't say that. It's supposed to be anonymous, isn't it?
Spoon said he's on the eggnog over Christmas. Spoon, eggnog tastes so fabulous, but go steady on it, because you have too many of them. You wind up in the bloody bathroom, mate, honking your guts.
Forget it. Forget about the egg yolk. Forget about the custody stuff. It's the plonk they put in it that makes it good. Otherwise, you make a friggin' omelette.
Well, and eggnog's lovely, and they're so delicious, and they go down brilliant. But don't get carried away. It's a one thing, one drink thing. Happy Christmas.
Well,
don't drink.
Realistically, let's face it, eggnog is a not quite cooked omelette full of grog.
Absolutely.
So you can have your breakfast and a drinky poos, and then throw it up later while you're laying on the toilet floor going, "Oh, why is the ceiling spinning?"
And calling this guy that we don't know his name called Huey. Huey. Who is Huey? No. I always end up, knocking over a couple of wine glasses. We hide all the expensive wine glasses at Christmas and just get out the normal ones that we don't care, because I just don't see them. And I'm very articulate. There's an armpit, and I just knock.
Andy, Vegemite and peanut butter used to be sold in like a glass, and stuff like that, promotional things. So if you bought out the good stuff, for people to drink out, it'd be the fancy Vegemite glass or the peanut butter glass. They're bloody good stuff, mate. They could bounce off the floor.
I'm talking about my crystal.
I went out with a crystal once, and believe me, she wasn't that delicate.
I just couldn't afford to knock over one of my crystals. Anyway, but what I say is that I just like Christmas, and the other time I like is Songkran, which is a totally different type, but it's the same thing. It's a family experience. Most people are happy. You can meet them in the street, and they'll smile, and they'll go "Happy New Year" and da da da. It's the same sort of thing, but it's Thai style. But it's where everybody goes to the province. It's like Thanksgiving in America, right? Everyone get back home for Thanksgiving. Thing is, they just do it just before Christmas. Bad timing. How much turkey?
Although it's the world's biggest wet t-shirt competition, but the thing that I always, especially really Australia is a dry country.
What do you mean by
dry? As in rainfall, except for bloody this year. But the one thing about it is everybody's out there splashing water around, going, "Yahoo! This is wonderful. The rainy season's going to come," and half the reservoirs are out of water, and what they're getting delivered to their houses is mud, and they're throwing water around like there's no tomorrow, saying, "Oh yes, it's the rainy season's coming." Yeah, another couple of months away, and you've just wasted the amount of water that you could live on,
And then a few months later, you all get flooded and have to leave your houses.
Yeah, that's right.
Because of Miss Dam management. Let's not get into the dam management. Beezy says, I love the holiday time, the baking and the cooking. Well, as long as you're doing it, BZ, I'm with you.
You know, that's what I used to like, and being put out the pasture shits me.
Yeah, I know it does, because you've mentioned that now about 10 times in this conversation. You're really like now really annoyed that you can't do what you did in the past. But you gotta pass it over, and you gotta be, what's the word?
I can't pass the banner along yet, but and the whole thing about it is I haven't taught the niece how to make ham yet.
Okay, go do that. Boil the ham.
So
Yeah.
they're buying that, and they did ask which brand, and you know, kind of stuff like that. And I said, well, they aren't too bad, but
It's a ham hock.
no, Uncle, you don't have to do that. We're going to do it all. Oh, fuck me. What else? What am I going to do now? All right,
Well,
I'll go and have another cigarette.
Go for it. Yeah, and another glass of beer or wine. You've got to hand over, bro. I mean, since my son's got old, he's 32 now. He's taking over more of Christmas, and in a way, I was feeling, oh, hang on, no, it's my house and it's my Christmas, and what I say, we do. But then he came up with so many good ideas, and I'm thinking, it's time to hand over. You know, it's time to hand over. And
see, how does that feel? You got put in the naughty corner, silly old bastard corner like me.
I'm on the step, mate. No, I'm not on the naughty step. The thing is that he's been trained nicely from me in the sense of he knows what I like and what is right, and he'll do it. It's just a little bit maybe from a different angle, and it works. It's fine. I'm quite happy with passing the reins over.
Anna,
it's a thing.
Welcome.
Happy with it. I'm happy with it. Oh, Anna, hello. Yo. What are you doing for Christmas, Anna? Are you going to a local commune and drinking green tea and drinking organic?
This is very early morning for Anna.
And she's up. I remember her teapot that she showed me on camera. It looks like it's been around the world 3 times.
I know what the cold's like, Anna, but not to. Oh well, we've already been through the extremes. On the mountain up the hill from me, it actually had snow last night. This is friggin' summer, for Christ's sake. So your global warming is bullshit.
Oh, don't get me going. Don't get me going on this bullshit electric car.
Hello, Stephen.
G'day, mate. How you going? Long time no see.
Are you talking in the cellar? What's the echo? You got your reverb on, or you?
Hang on a minute, mate. Hang on.
Yeah, that's better.
He's got his toenail clippers plugged in.
He's playing around with cars at the moment. We can't quite find the right one. The gold mic was cool. I like the gold microphone that you used.
I like the Tassie Devil myself.
No, I don't know. It reminds me of Taz. No, I don't want that.
You know,
gold
lick it good.
Yeah, I like the gold mic you put on, the old gold mic. That was nice. It's retro.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that was cool.
What's that? The gold microphone? Is that the Logies, the Emmys, or one of them?
Well, it's like a trophy.
I don't know. No, I don't know, mate. I can't remember having a gold mic telling on the street.
I won this in 1964 when I was the blogger of. No, it's good, man. That's old. You had it on yesterday, if you really want to.
Gold microphone.
He's got so many files.
Stephen's logo was
I
the
know,
gold microphone last night. Yes, correct.
Yeah, I know. Nothing slipped by me. And he was Steve. Now he's using his real name now, which is great. I love it. There we
Jess,
go.
what's been wrong, Jess?
Is that gold? Is it?
You didn't tell us you've been a bit crook.
Black gold. It's black gold. Beverly Hillbillies.
He's just being.
That's the one I used yesterday.
No, that's not good.
I'd miss you, Jess, and that's heartfelt if you didn't come along and say g'day.
Spoon says honey on everything. Not quite sure where he's coming from, but there we go. Honey on ham. Yeah. I mean, we got the master ham maker over there. Get a nice hock of ham, breadcrumbs on the outside on the fat, and boil it. And oh, lovely. Some honey, right?
Hey?
Honeydew ham? No, you don't. No,
I don't know that one.
Yeah, but that's half of that's a fallacy.
Oh, I thought that was going to come. Here we go.
The ham, the honey only goes in the final part of the cooked part of it, and it's really a fallacy. You take the skin off, that's all gone. It's what you put. It's what you put into the meat is what you get out.
Cloves and that, right? You put cloves in and that, right?
Yeah, but that's for a baked ham, but it doesn't do a hell of a lot to the flavour of the meat. It's the way it's been preserved and things like that.
It's got to look good. No. Well, so how do you do? Do you do a whole hock or?
I'll get a leg. I'll get a leg of ham, or like a pork leg. And the thing is, I'll use a brine. I'll use a brine and actually put a needle into the main blood vessel supply lines that come out of the veins, the main veins, the main arteries in the leg, and flush them out. And then I will put I actually put fruit juice, a fruit juice into it that's got a mixture of salt and a couple of other things into it.
Yeah. And
pump that into the meat, like as in the blood would be flowing through the vein, and then immerse it for a week in that same mixture, and then take it out and hang it where it will dry.
You're
not
talking
dry
about ham,
right
John,
out.
or a pork leg or something?
Yeah, ham.
Hock, right? Lamb hock.
Hanging up for a week.
Yeah, and then
Go off with it.
Put salt in it, and you've got a couple of other things, but the whole thing about it, and then it'll the first 2 hours it'll just be a little bit of heat and not big heat, and then it'll be 8 hours, 6 to 8 hours of smoke as the heat increases. That'll bring the cooking temperature up on the inside, and then it comes straight out of the oven, straight into an ice bath to stop any further cooking or anything like that, because it's cooked. You don't want it overcooked. And then back into the refrigerator again, fan forced, so it kind of dries it a little bit, and then it's ready to go.
Jesus. Sound like you know what you're talking about.
But the whole part about it is 540 baht. What are we on? That's $20 for a kilogram. That's around $20 a kilogram. Yeah, it's about right. That's Australian prices.
Yeah.
But 1 kilogram of ham's not a hell of a lot if you've got 4 people. 6 people, you even get a slice less.
Oh, ham's nice.
Not a lot available in Thailand, though, is there?
No,
Yeah.
you can't get it, Steve. I mean, you can. Yeah, there are butchers you can get it, but it's not like go down your local, supermarket like you would do where you are or in England, and you can get a ham hock, you can get a ham leg, and you just boil it for a few hours or whatever. It's easy. Here, no. One thing I miss. One thing I can get it on sliced in delis and that, but yeah.
Oh,
I
geez,
miss-
I know what to bring you when I went on my next trip over, Andy.
Oh yes, bro. Oh yeah. If you're allowed to bring it over.
Well, if you don't say nothing, I won't.
Smuggle it down the underpass. I don't. Well, you're going to look a big boy, but you'll be fine. Yeah.
When we did that Bangkok meetup, I took over 3, 4, about 4.5 kilograms of 3 different sausage type things that I make.
All right. Yeah. So, what you doing over Christmas, Steve? Anything?
Oh, I'm just trying to get my friend here, mate. I'm just concentrating on that. Haven't made many plans. Time's running out. I suppose I'll just have a quick lunch. I suppose I'm really over here by myself in Tasmania.
Well, you got your mum, right? Is she Is she aware of it?
Yeah, mate. She buys a whopping great ham leg. She'll buy about 6 friggin' chickens and a couple of turkeys, and will sit on the table and eat. Oh, it's fucking ridiculous, mate. Seriously.
She'd be the girl.
44-gallon drum of fucking peas, Jesus.
So she cooks. She can still cook.
Rude. Yeah,
She
yeah.
cooks.
She's nothing wrong. No, she's fine, mate. There's nothing wrong with her.
I didn't think she was that well. So okay, that's cool.
No, she's fine. No, she's fine.
So and you and a friend or whatever, and you'll sit down and you'll just gorge yourself.
Maybe.
Well, you got to do something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Having problems with what do you call it, immigration.
Wow. Really?
Yeah.
Well, visas, you mean?
Yeah, visa. Sorry, visa. Yeah. We'll see what happens.
If I could help, I would, mate. But I don't know. I don't know status or anything. But yeah. Well, what can you say?
Not much. Running out of fucking time, mate. And when I do book it, I'll because what was it? How many days to go? I can't remember.
Well, Christmas is 2 weeks. This next Sunday.
You got 2 weeks to go, and they haven't, given the visa out. So I'm going to have to book a ticket. It's going to be very fucking expensive.
Oh, bro. I've got one family member, my niece, coming over for Christmas, and she's flying PA. She flew just before the pandemic, business class, 2-way direct. She's now flying Emirates via Dubai, economy, for the same price as she paid for business class 3 years ago, and not direct.
I hate it when they do that.
Well, they've got to make that.
you.
Oh, I guess.
Yeah, they give you. I understand. Why can't they just have one level price all year round? Why give you a Christmas present at Christmas like a fucking massive price increase?
Why do you think everybody in England's going on strike? All the trains are going on strike. Airlines are going on strike. They just
I
want to
know.
They just want to put the misery on, Fuck them.
I think they did that in Australia once. I can't remember. Was it John? It was airline controllers or something did it at Christmas, and they sacked a fucking lot of them.
Oh, in the summer, last summer, when everybody's just coming out of the pandemic, trying to get to south of Spain or whatever, and they just went on strike. Because, you got to pay us because we're going to put so many people, like
Called
misery.
Called ransom, isn't it?
It is ransom. It's pure blackmail. But
Yes.
that's how unions work. In the old days, unions were the best thing forever for the common man because they were being taken for granted. I get it. But nowadays, it's like, I don't know. The miners had a good point back in the Thatcher days. They had a shit life, shit job for a shit wage. I get it. I really get it. And a health hazard at the same time. But nowadays, I don't know what people expect for a fair day's wage. I don't know. Got to have a 56-inch. You got to have internet. You got to have go out 3 times a week. I mean, that's normal. No, it's not.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know. I'm too old for all this shit now. So I can't comment. Like an old.
That's I think it's wrong. The airlines putting their prices up at Christmas. They should have a level price all year round. And if the specials on top of that, I mean, it's fucking nuts, mate. The cheapest flight, do you know that one of the cheapest times to flight is New Year's Day?
You've really gone quiet, Steve.
Ah, right. One of the cheapest times to fly airlines is New Year's Day. They because nobody wants to fly and all the airfares are cheap.
Steve, you sound like you're 10 miles away from your microphone.
Yeah, really? Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know, mate. Hang on. Let me have a look.
Yeah. He's got so many jack plugs and mixers there. He's plugged in.
No, it's okay, mate. Can you hear me okay, John?
No, you sounded like you're in a garage or something, like miles away.
Oh.
Do I sound all right?
Oh, settings are okay.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, you're sounding now. You're like off mic.
I've checked all the settings. It's okay. Hang on. I'll have another look.
Right.
No, it's fine. Everything's fine.
Okay, cool. I can hear you, but it wasn't the same as before. You were like on mic. Now you sound like you're off mic.
Oh, okay. Right.
You always talk to me about my mic.
I just worked out your golden microphone. What you were talking about? That was the icon I had. Yeah, now I understand. Sorry.
You got it. Yeah. Well, Ziz is very quiet.
Yeah, he does that. Yeah.
Keeping the stream
Oh,
open.
yeah, God. Whoa. Put it on full screen. Can you put it on full screen? Oh, very nice.
No.
Oh, very
yes.
good.
It's leaning a bit to the right.
Yeah.
Oh, a little. So it's a political tree, is it?
It's annoying me. Hang on.
He'll electrocute himself.
This could be interesting. It's just a jump to the left. Now it's just a jump to the right.
That's all right. Yeah, well, you got a Christmas tree up, John? How's my microphone? Can you hear me okay?
It sounds a bit garbled.
Oh, fuck. Oh, man. I might go out
Andy.
and come back. I'll go out and come back, John.
Okay, no worries. I'm gonna hang around for a minute. I'm gonna play Andy a little song, which will be his Christmas tree type manipulation.
It's just a jump to the left.
Yes, just jump to the left and jump to the right with your hand on a tip. Hips. Yes, that brings back memories. No, I thought that was appropriate song for your tree manipulation.
We've lost Stephen. What happened?
His microphone sounded like shit, and when we told him he's going to go and fix it and come back in again.
And then Beezy comes on the chat and says he's loud and clear for me.
Beezy, don't tell him that.
Don't.
I'll tell you what. Me and Adrian, when we used to kind of do a thing together, Stephen takes a lot of time, and he's pedantic about audio and things like that.
He's tech conscious.
Adrian and I we'd mouth our words and things like that, and Stephen say, "I can't hear you. Yeah. I better restart something." And then we'd say, "We can't hear you, Stephen," and he'd go off, and we used to take the piss out of him all the time. And I've just come clean and said that in public.
Anyway, I used to do Frozen. I'd be going, I'm up. And then he would say, "Oh, you're breaking up, Andy." He's going, "Well, everybody else can see it." And he'd go, "Okay." And then he'd go off air for a while.
But it's good that we can all take the piss out of each other and have a bit of fun, though, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay, I'm off to the fridge for my beer and I'll be back. I got a tree and me now. I'm good. No, it's just on me. Can we just move it away from me, please? Oh, that's worse. That's horrible.
That's terrible.
Oh, that's okay.
That's what you wanted because you had yourself on solo.
Okay. Oh, because Steve said he wanted to see the tree. All right.
Yeah.
I like the black disc of the record behind us all. It like puts a whole different thing on the panel. Look. It's great.
What do you think? That you think it's like the Colgate ad, the ring of confidence?
Yes, it is. There's a ring there. We designed that on purpose. I know. Excuse me.
Anna, I in honesty, with the disease we had to have and all that kind of stuff, we used to have news reports here, and they'd be talking about roadkill basically, and it was a promotion for better driving. But when the disease we had to have come along, no one died in a car accident. No one died of anything except for the disease we had to have. No one can explain that to me, that all of a sudden, You're right, Jess. That's all right. But yeah, none of that surprises me, Anna. In honesty, a friend of mine, and I don't mean close friend, but. And better off description would be an acquaintance. He got called to the local hospital. His mother had passed away. She had a history of cardiac problems, and he refused to sign their documentation because of the cause of death. He said, bullshit. So what they virtually did was say, if you don't sign this, we won't release the body so that you can have the undertaker, do their job. And I kind of said to him, well, they can't do that. And it ended up being getting a legal practitioner, which is a very good acquaintance to all of us. And he kind of got out of bed and went across to the hospital and started reading them their rights. But yeah, it's stupid that politics gets involved in stuff they shouldn't have nothing to do with. Well, I think you kind of know Jess by hearing me cough a few times. I've been kind of battling a bit of a chest infection, but I'd go and see a normal doctor. Normal doctor gets some half decent drugs and a bit of follow up, and job's right. I still get a bit of a cough and a wheeze, but that's because of. Which is another thing that I've got to get on to. And I only found out from the chemist, one of the actual pills that I take actually causes that. And the chemist, no doctor ever told me, but the chemist told me, you want to go and see the doctor and get him to change this because if you're coughing, and I said, yeah, well, how did you know that? And he said, well, I used to be on that medication myself. Funny about that, but the doctors never told me. The chemist did. So I've got an appointment with a doctor on the 22nd, and that'll be the first subject that comes up.
Not do you smoke?
No, they all know I smoke, but I used to smoke 30 cigarettes a day. Now I smoke between 5 and a big day would be 10.
Yeah, no, I got it. Yeah,
but
you'll smoke, right? You'll say, "All right, I'm going to have one at 11 o'clock," and you enjoy it, and that's it till 3 o'clock, and then you'll have another one. Yes, right.
Well, what I do, Andy, is I used to smoke inside the house, and I stopped doing that. And I go outside to my little refuge spot, and I'll have usually half a cigarette, and I'll just brush the end off it and just sit it down, and then an hour and a half or whatever later, I'll go back and have another few puffs at it.
Yeah, that's why I vape, because I'm not saying this is the best thing ever, but I used to smoke a pack a day for years and years, but 7-8 years ago I gave up. But this gives me the little bit of nicotine I need. It's a low nicotine vape, and I'll have a puff and I feel content. But vape's not for everybody. Some people can't adapt to it, but I have, and I'm thankful for it. I'm not saying
I tried it. And to me, it was worse than smoking a cigarette.
Yeah, for me, if I couldn't smoke a cigarette now. It would taste vile. But I get the nicotine, which is what it's about at the end of the day.
Yeah. I went into a tobacconist, and it was one of those flashbacks to the younger days,
Golden.
We used to have a cigar here, which was honey rolled and port dipped, and it had a plastic tip on it. And
oh yeah, I know those.
Yeah. And I went into the tobacconist and I said, "Have you got them?" And they said, "No, they don't make them anymore." And she actually said, "Well, I think you might like these. And they're like cigarette size, but they're a cigar and they're cherry flavored.
Mm-hmm.
Anyhow, I purchased a packet of those, which are expensive. And I came home and I opened the packet, and the smell was like,
Nice.
licked the packet and nice and yeah. And I lit one up and I thought, "Ooh, you're yummy." Yeah, but the one thing about it is, if you put it down and you're not sucking on it, it goes out.
That's the cool thing. Yeah.
And the thing about it is, I really, really like them. And I suppose it was the worst thing I ever did. But I really, really like them. But I won't get into the stage where I got one hanging out of my mouth all the time, you know.
Yeah.
Because back in the day, workshops, you know, making up patterns and stuff like that, a lot of concentration into it, and the mathematics and all that kind of thing. Virtually you'd light a cigarette in the morning, and when you went to bed, you'd put one out, you know.
Yeah.
They were burning away in your gob, but the thing is, that was the kind of thing, because it was stressful, but the brain was working overtime, and it was just one of those things.
I mean, for me, this little machine here saved, I don't know, it has saved my life, but it's definitely better than smoking, because there's not, you know, many of the chemicals involved in actually smoking. But if you get down to like 5 or 6 a day, doctors say that's not even in the scale of he's a smoker. It's like if the people that smoke a pack, 2 packs a day, oh, Stephen's back. He's mic check, 1 2 1 2.
No, Mike. Oh, it's there.
There you go.
Did you do any?
I think
Did you do
it's
any?
the internet, Andy. I think it's my
Sorry?
internet.
It sounds
Oh,
like
it's
you're
my internet.
underwater. It sounds like you're underwater. Fair dinkum.
Must be the internet, John. I think.
That bloody cable, from your island to the real one, I think it's full of water again.
Yeah, mate. We'll have to get you to suck it out, John.
You live in such a big country. It's like America. Like, you know, why signals are like a problem. Like, oh, I got no bar. That doesn't happen in Thailand. You could go to the furthest island in Thailand and you'd have 5G.
Yeah,
It's like
that's right.
Totally covered.
That's what happens when a country rushes into the new technology.
The thing,
That's
the
what
thing
Australia
is,
did. They took whatever was available, mate. Oh, that'll do. You know, the Thais, they waited and got the right stuff at the right time.
I mean, honestly, I never had a signal fail anywhere in Thailand or
I
any
reckon,
other.
I reckon it's the fastest in the world, mate. It's fantastic, Thailand.
over the years, some of them were a bit hopeless, but Thailand, in honesty, hello, as in landmass compared to Australia, like here you can see a mobile internet tower and all that kind of stuff. It don't mean to say your phone's going to bloody work.
I wouldn't know what a bloody phone tower looked like.
There's too many buildings around.
Yeah, well, there's too many of them.
Well, the whole thing about it, Andy, where you are, they're not towers. The stuff stuck on roofs of different buildings all around the joint.
No, I mean, that's true. On technical side, Thailand's pretty good. I think we follow like
best in the world, mate. Best in the world.
Really? You think that?
Yeah,
I'd say Japan, Korea are pretty close. I think we follow them, to be honest, in tech. You know, I mean, I had mobile phones, you know, in any type of tech. I mean, but yeah, I think so. I think we've done it pretty well. We've got our own satellites up there as well. For a small little country, We have the old, Taksin Shinawatra satellites floating around somewhere. We get all the TV we need. Oh, well, so do you, but I mean, phones, yeah, pretty good.
Yeah,
I really think that the consultants they got for Australia come from Abikstan.
Where? Abistan. One of the stands.
Abikstan.
Oh, Abikstan.
Kyrgyzstan.
Oh, they're all stands. Right. Any stand will do.
Well, because the whole thing about it, it's a lot of people have made a lot of money out of it, and us, the taxpayers, will be paying that off for that long to get an internet standard which is below the world standard that they've got in Abikstan.
Well,
you have the people out in the tundra and they've got 5G friggin' phones going and all that. Here, like I say, you can see a tower. Doesn't mean to say your phone will work.
Well, Beezy says that I guess they figure us farm folk don't need to be up with the latest technology. Well, we should be, because farming is like very technical these days. It's not like spades and shovels and pickaxes anymore.
The thing is, Jess, they treat the farming people like retards.
Peasants.
John, if you're in the middle of Australia and you want the internet and the internet comes, well, it's going to take $6 million to give you the internet with all the towers and all that. We have to run to your farm or whatever. So then that's where you go into the satellite. But a long time ago, you could get your signal. Satellite came in, right? But you had to go through the telephone line to go out. Like if you typed or search for something, that was years ago, like 15, 20 years ago. But I don't know what the technology's like now. But you got that.
You get out. You get out in the middle.
What's that guy's name? Put all those satellites up there. What's his name?
Elon Musk.
Now that's going to be different technology. You bang bang, But as far as telephones go, I don't think anybody owns a telephone anymore. Do they? They're all over the internet.
I've got a couple of landlines coming into my house. I don't know what the numbers are of them. I just know that,
I don't use the phone at all now. I don't ring anybody really.
Well, you listen to this.
It's always over the internet.
Well, you listen to this. When I moved into this house 32 years ago, when I moved in, there was no mobile phones, internet. Forget all that. There wasn't any of that.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have a telephone line for 18 months.
Oh yeah. Okay.
How did I communicate to anybody? I don't know. I know my wife used to say when she went to work, like in the office is when everyone made their personal calls to people. And then the office said, oh, you can't use the phone for personal. But it's the only way they could communicate. Honestly, I had a landline in 18 months. So I'm just thinking in that 18 months, I had no pages, no phones. When I went out, it was great.
No headaches, no stress.
You're jumping ahead of how I was feeling. I know.
No porn, it killed me.
I'm sorry. You go out and then you're expected home when you arrive home. There's no like, well, where are you? Or are you okay? Or can you drop off and get a loaf of bread on the way back? And all these things that sort of like, affect your night out. None of it. But I just don't know how I did it. Handwritten, and I was worse at letters. I get letters from my mum and dad, God bless them, and my sister-in-law was a great writer. I got loads. I never replied. I mean, it's hopeless. Now I got a WhatsApp, and I just go ding. I can see her face to face, free. Okay. I mean, that jump in technology. And when I talk about a long time ago, it's like, all right, it is a long time ago, but 32 years, we've gone from nothing to, I can now just speak to her now and she can speak to you if you want. You know what I mean? I can just join her in. That's amazing. You got to remember how far we've advanced in this, and makes life easier or more complicated, depending on how
yes, it does. Yes. Look, you can go to the supermarket now, and you can say, "Oh, what do you want for dinner?" And I'll pick up this. I'll show you. You can show your missus or whoever what you're going to buy, and they can say, "Oh no, what's the other one? Stupid."
Oh, absolutely.
And all that sort of stuff's available.
You always say, "Show me the price." Oh yeah, sure.
Next, they'll have phones in watches. You can talk into your watch.
Oh, I can talk into this one, but all I
Yeah,
do
no.
now is when I go out and check out, I just point this thing at a thing, and that's it.
Oh,
I feel like I'm getting it for free. It's great.
You're running it all off. You're running it all off Google, are you?
It's no, it's the I don't know what it is. It's my no, it's Thai Farmers Bank wallet type thing. It's a wallet.
Okay.
Which is on the phone. I've got 3 or 4. You go down on a highway, you used to have to pay. Now you just put your watch as you go through the expressway.
Lose your arm.
Yeah, you've got to go slowly, Steve. Actually, you have to stop. You have to stop. And it's like an easy pass, but you don't have to. You just take the money out of your account instead of putting it into an easy pass, and you just dip. Yeah. It's what do they call it? Touch and go. Everything. BTS, touch and go. Underground, touch and go. Yeah. My Grab, my Grab is through my phone. I don't. When I get a taxi now, it just drops me off. I don't have to pay him anything. It's great. I feel like I'm a VIP. Like I'm being limousine driven and they take it to the door. You don't have to pay anything. Well, you do in the long run, of course, but it's great. I love it. I love that. And you go back.
When it works, good when it works, but when it doesn't work, you're in big trouble.
Well, but we have a good connections here, so it works fine, So, but 32 years ago, I didn't even have a landline. So, that's a very good progression in my mind to help. It helps.
Yeah, sure.
And I don't pay, and I don't have to pay for this stuff. I have to pay for the watch or the phone, but apart from that, it's all free. You don't pay any interest or anything. I don't know how they get their money, but who cares? Oh, they got my money.
My phone. I can leave my actual telephone at home and take my watch and still make phone calls. I just want to put one in a shoe.
That's a bit soulless.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Bobby Crush is in the chat. Oh, he's got to be commenting about Stephen. Bobby Crush is Stephen's bloody
leg already.
Groupie here. As Steve Clark said in 22, the best thing about this new internet thing is the blue movies I can watch all day. Blue movies.
Hey,
Bobby, what century are you
Bobby, what are you talking? That's not even funny. That's history.
I haven't heard the word blue movie, I have to say, Bobby, for years.
Oh,
blue movie? Wow.
Blue
Thanks
movie.
for reminding me, Bobby. Well done, mate.
Yeah, it's porno.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, yes, it is a porn.
Let's call them stick movies. Stick movies there for a while. Call them stick movies.
I just was brought up with X movies.
Yeah, XXX movies. 4 X's, wasn't it? I think it was.
Oh, we didn't have any of those when I was first growing up. It was like adult movies and then X-rated movies, and then the cinema brought that 18 plus thing in. It was also movies anyway, but yeah, I mean, pornography now is everywhere. I mean, we all know that, and it's so available. You used to have to go to the top shelf of a bloody magazine shop to get the bloody Playboy, right? And then they say, how old are you? And then ask, how old are you? I'd say, Playboy, please, and 20 Benson and Hedges. How old are you?
Good old
right?
days.
Now you can, smoke whatever you want, cannabis and everything. It just comes to your door, and you can watch as much porn as you want.
Yeah.
That's another thing that's happened over the last.
No, that's illegal in Thailand. You're not allowed to do that. Not allowed to watch porn over there. Porno.
Oh, really?
Not allowed to watch it. Illegal.
Yeah. Oh, so is prostitution.
Yeah, that's right.
But cannabis is now totally legal. I was in Khao Yai last week for a beer festival. Khao Yai, right? It's a mountainous area.
Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah.
2 hours outside of Bangkok. Oh, it's great. And the temperature's a bit cooler and all that.
Fantastic up there, isn't it?
And the cannabis shops around. They're like a Home Pro now of cannabis. You walk in, you get the CBD oil, you can get the cannabis. Now, what strain do you want? Do you want to feel happy? Do you want to feel sleepy? How long do you want it to last? Yeah, 400 baht a gram. Oh, it's all there. And it's all totally legal. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
What are you supposed to do? Are you supposed to smoke it in the shop, or what do you got to do?
No, you're not allowed to smoke it in the shop. That's one rule.
Oh, okay.
They just put it in a zipped thing, and you go which one you will. They have a menu. It's like walking into one of your old restaurants from your old days, right? And you go, you want, I don't know, chicken and cashew nuts or whatever. You go, I want the that strain. I want this, that, and that. They do it. Yeah, we got it there. They weigh it. They put it in. They put it in a bag, and off you go.
Mm-hmm.
Totally legal.
So was it 500 baht?
No, it differs. You see, if you're like don't know what you're doing, you can get it on Facebook or whatever delivered to your house, but that is quite expensive. If you walk into these shops, it's about 400 or 500 baht a gram.
And would that get you off your tits, like 400 or 500 gram?
For a few days.
Yeah. All right. Oh, that's not bad,
Yeah.
is it?
Oh yeah, no, it's not a one-time thing. No. And then there's bars now where you can go in and you pay more because they'll roll it for you, and you can go upstairs.
Yeah. Hang on a minute. Who's licking it though? Who's licking it?
Well, we're not worried about germs at this stage, Steve. It's like sharing a bomb, Yeah, but yeah. So it's so free now. It's so free, really. Yeah. And then we have the new one, the Kratom. Look into the Kratom. There's beers. We're making beers now from Kratom. It's no alcohol, and it's not amphetamines. But God, dear, it's like a Red Bull, but natural. You have one of these strong ones. They have different levels. Like a strong one mixed with ginger and lime, and beautiful taste. And put over ice. Put it in like a gin glass. You know those gin glasses you can get.
Yeah.
Put it in there. And you put a 330 ml bottle in there. You drink that. You know, half an hour later, you're not jumping around the house and thinking, "Oh, this is." No, you're just like got energy. It's just okay. Let's go out shopping. Let's go out. And party or. That's brilliant. Kratom, Kratom. And it's been in Thailand for years. It was illegal till about a year and a half ago. We got 2 plants in our garden. It's like it's grown so. You can buy like bloody bin liners full in the raw material for like next to nothing.
Oh, okay.
It's like, it's called Kratom. Kratom.
Bit of a pick me up.
Yes, I would. Well said. It's like a pick me up, but it's not like it's not an amphetamine pick me up. It's not a cocaine pick me up. It's like and it's natural. So then you go, oh, I've got energy. I'll have another beer. Talking to people, but you're not like on a coke thing. No, you're just talking to people, and it just gives you energy. It's great, honestly, great. Look it up on Google later. Kratom, Kratom.
Yeah, will.
I think it's illegal in Australia at the moment.
Oh, I don't know, mate. I don't take drugs at all.
Well, I wouldn't even say this is a drug. This is like taking a
drug, man.
Rosemary in your pasta. It's like a herb. It's,
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Look, I've had marijuana before. My ex-missus used to smoke it every night and stuff like that. But I just doesn't agree with me. I just don't like it. But I don't hate it. Like my son was puffing Billy. I mean, Jesus. But my best mate, we used to smoke it in front and blow it in my face. Of course, the bastard. And don't worry about it. What makes you fucking happy?
No, it's. But you get capsules now, and it's like it does work. It's great. I love it. I mean, for one, and then you mix it. You have a smoke as well, and then a beer. It's like it's
just never been on. I reckon beer's silly enough for me.
I'll put it on the screen, but it's everywhere in Thailand now. Everywhere, and it works. It's great, honestly. If you're having a barbecue and you want to
how do you spell that again?
Kratom.
Kratom. Okay.
They call it Kratom tea or whatever, but we put it in beer. Yeah, I'll show you a screenshot. It doesn't really, it doesn't explain things that good, but You'll see what I'm
Kratom,
talking
the leaf which
The
they used to eat with the bean thing,
correct?
that's got opium in it.
Is that any good? Did I share that right or not? No. Oh,
Yeah, yeah, got it. Yeah, yeah.
rough idea. You get the rough idea. I'm sorry, I screenshot that wrong. But whatever. Yeah, but it's a big thing, and I love it. But not. It's not like you can get addicted to it. Well, actually, you can. They say, because I know people that take 4 or 5 bottles of this a day just to go through the day. But it's not a drug. It's not an amphetamine. But now Johnny said it's got some opium in it. It's I don't know. Look into it, guys. Look into it. But for me,
Kratom tea, you can get some good ones, you can get some bad ones, but yeah, it's refreshing. But realistically, the leaf has that link to the opium type thing.
so it's an opioid, right?
Can you get that in Australia, John?
No,
It's illegal in Australia. It was illegal in Thailand till about a year ago. Not everybody was doing it apparently, but now it's being commercialized and we're doing it in our beer. There's other ones they mix like cherry flavor to it and whatever flavor to it. But it's a lovely drink. It's like with ginger. It's like a health drink. You're drinking it and going, this ain't doing me no harm. And then 2 hours later, you're still like talking and being awake, but it's not a drastic feel. Do you understand? I can't understand. It's not like, like you take a line of cocaine, 10 seconds later, you've taken it. This is more like, it just gives you energy. It's like a Red Bull, I guess. I've never had a Red Bull, but people take it to give energy. So I don't know. It's cool. It's very good. I have to say, I like it. Maybe
Okay.
people in the chat might know it. I don't know. In Thailand, they'll know it for sure. And then we got the weed is allowed as well. Wow, can you believe that?
Everything's happening.
And you're not allowed to vape still. 15 years in prison, apparently.
Yeah.
But that's the tobacco monopoly, trying to keep a hold on it.
Don't attack Thailand's economy. Put that out.
Yeah, the weed, we can go. It doesn't matter. There are only a few people smoke it. But the tobacco monopoly will be getting into the weed soon, for sure. Because you can smoke it now. I'm not sure if you can. I think if you walk down the street smoking it, no one's going to stop you anymore.
I wouldn't think so.
That one is illegal anyway, but you know what I'm saying. I don't think you can sit in a cafe and it's not like Amsterdam. You can smoke it in a place, but you can buy it and take it home for recreational use. Let's leave it like that, at the moment. But it's all available.
The University of Lampang invited a lot of farmers along.
To teach them to grow.
Yeah, well, for the teaching and product. Everybody that come along, they gave them a few plants.
Oh, what are we talking about? Cannabis or kratom?
So one bloke that I kind of followed for quite a while. He's a Canadian. He's now living in Thailand, up in Bumfuck Junction, basically. But the whole part about it, they went along to that, and I was watching his video and yelling out to him in the, which does no good, saying, "Get the purple one, mate. Get the purple one." And he kind of said, "Oh well," they said, "Oh yeah, we take these home and try them, and there is commercial viability in it and all this kind of stuff." And he did. He must have heard me because he got the purple ones.
I'm going to go for a while, guys. I'll be back later. Have to do something.
Okay, man. Just before you go, just read this. I've just shared it. Just shared it.
What's he saying now?
Kratom is believed to act on opioid receptors. At low doses, kratom acts as a stimulant, makes users feel more energetic. At higher doses, it reduces pain and may bring on euphoria. At very high doses, it acts as a sedative, making users quiet and perhaps sleepy. So there you go.
Thank you for that research, Andy. I wasn't telling you bullshit.
No, absolutely. No, you're right with the opioid, but it's, you mention opioids, people go, oxycodone. Yeah, it's not like that.
I'll have to check it out when I get over there.
Man, we bottle it. I'll have a presentation case for you, mate. 1 level, 2 level, and 3 level.
The one thing about it, if you used to go up around the villages and you'd see the old ladies and they'd be rolling up the leaf and the betel nut and stuff like that, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
I've never really heard of it before. I've heard the name before. I can't remember where I heard it.
It's a very high thing. I'm not sure in Asia. It must be in other countries in Asia, but yeah. And I tell you, if you mix it right with gin, it tastes really good. Honestly, if you get the mix right, which I think we've done, you get ginger and lime in there, and it's slightly carbonated. We carbonate it, so we put it in kegs as well. It's just like a little fizzy. It's nice. It's nice, and you're not drunk.
Gents, I'll be back in a second.
All right.
You sound very passionate about that, Andy.
I am, because it's a very natural thing, and I love it in the sense of it works with me. If I'm sort of like a bit tired or whatever, I'll take a glass of that and I can go out and conquer the world. Not stupidly, not drunkenly, but I just have more energy. It's great. It's great. And rheumatism and all that disappears. It's nice. Yeah. Check it out, bro. Check it out. I don't think you can get it in Australia. I think it is kratom. You can Google it. Is kratom illegal in Australia?
For years you used to be able to go to the markets and get kratom tea.
Yeah, they still call it kratom tea in many places.
Yeah.
I'm just doing a bit of research here for my Australian friends. Is kratom legal in Australia? Kratom is illegal across all states and territories in Australia.
Yeah, everything's they over here, mate. They've even got fun police. So if you're having fun, they'll arrest you.
Wow. Where now? I'm going to do another one. Where in the world is kratom legal? It's a thing, I tell you. It's a big thing, and you'll hear all about it later, I guess. It hasn't broken it. Legal. All right. Here we go. Here's a list. Where in the world is kratom legal? Where are the side effects? No, kratom legal by county, 23 world population review. Is kratom powder legal? Yeah, we got the powder and everything. It's totally legal. Yeah, in 2021, Thailand passed the updated Narcotics Act, which removed kratom, called Mitragorania spicosa, from the list of prohibited substances. Now, I don't know, in Canada, let's do Canada. It's legal in Canada. Singapore. It's a Class A drug in Singapore. Or would you believe? Yeah, so just keep an eye open for it, because I think the tablets work as well for arthritis, rheumatism, and all that business. I think it's just as good as, say, John's wort or something, whatever you want to take.
You used to get the older women and the betel nut as well.
Yeah.
the leaf, and they'd chew that, and they kind of spit that into a little container.
All their mouths were
And
red.
yeah, and if you got a cut or something like that, they'd actually put that on the cut. And surprisingly, it sounds so disgusting, but the whole part about it is it had some very good healing properties too.
Oh, it does. I mean, it is a natural. Well, so is cannabis. It's natural. You know, it's not. No way should it be a Class A drug. By the way, Bobby Crust said, "Don't mention touch and go to Stephen Clark. He thinks he's having a short time down Soy 6 again." Just had to say that.
Mm.
And on that
Interesting.
note, I'm going to have to leave. I can leave the stream open now, but I have to go. I have to get some dinner.
Well, I'm gonna start getting into dinner, so I'll be backgrounding myself. But
And
um,
Jesus, thank you for your participation, Ziz. It's always welcome. But he's keeping the stream open. That's what he's doing.
yeah, yeah. So the chat will be open. Um,
Yeah. Thank you, chat.
yeah,
You've been great. Really been interesting and that. I got to go now.
no worries, Andy. As you can hear me, there's some action going on in the background. I've got to go and join it. So anyhow, like I say,
Yeah.
I'll just stay in the background. I'll be back a
Okay.
bit later for a chat.
Okay. So you'll leave the stream open, yeah?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, cool. Okay, man. All right, then. Okay. Happy Christmas, Johnny.
You too, Andy.
Yeah.
But I
And
it's quite a it's only the 8th, so
I know.
we've got a while to go before we get to
Yeah, I know.
D-Day.
X Day. Okay, mate. Speak to you soon.
Bye bye.
Cheers, mate.
touching him, and reminds me of the past. And sometimes I hear your name. Sometimes I hear your name. It reminds me of the pain.
What's up, kids?
Not a lot, Robert.
Sonny, you stay.
How are you doing? I replaced the that StreamYard link because the first one kind of went all over the place.
Did it?
Yeah, I clicked on it and it went to you got to do this and you got to do that, and the second one is kind of you don't have to do that.
Oh, I wonder why it did that.
Oh, look, I've got no idea, mate. I'm not a technological brilliant person. I'm cooking dinner.
And then 50 feet up in the air.
But, don't worry about it because I've done it before, put up a link and and then people have said, oh, hang on, that's whatever. Yeah, but the whole part about it is because you will notice the difference in the email address or in the addresses to them. One's Teams and that. Yeah. Anyhow, live and learn. We all live and learn. Not the problem. Not the problem. How you been doing, buddy? You all right?
So anything new and interesting that happened over there?
Not really, mate. As far as my part of the world, the mountain got a bit of snow on it last night, and for Christ's sake, it's summertime, so bring on global warming. Yeah. But Andy and Steve were on earlier on. We're having a bit of a chat. It's time I'm cooking a little bit of dinner for myself, and I'm kind of in the middle of that and keeping the left eye on this.
Yep, I know the feeling.
And Zeke's away with the fairies or something. I don't know.
Away with the fairies.
Yeah. He's playing Ring a Rosie around the magic mushrooms or something. Who knows?
Okay.
Obviously, he's not listening. Otherwise, I would have got a bite by now.
Is he fish diving or what?
Yeah. Yeah, well, his time over there, and he'd probably go on for the matinee or something like that.
Mm. All right, he gets a video camera set up and use a second source of income.
You never know.
Nope, you never do.
It'd be on a different stream to this one, I would say.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, passive income, eh?
Yeah, there you go. Now we're talking.
Yeah.
That's the best kind.
Yeah, but like I say, over here, they even have the fun police. If you're having fun, they'll arrest you because it's not allowed. At least where you are, you can you can do extra. You can grow what you want in the garden. You can do what you want to a certain extent.
Damn it. Ugh. Tell you what, it's quiet on YouTube lately.
I must admit, over the last few. Oh well, I was on another channel stream just and having a bit of fun, kicking up a bit of dust.
Yep.
Earlier on. That was middle day here. But yeah, that was good. Hello, Paula. Welcome along.
Oh dear, she must be out of work.
That's interesting. I always thought Paula had the Curtimus. Welcome.
Hey, Curtimus.
I always thought Paula had
PJ.
the blue.
She's
blue
supposed
ink. Yeah.
to.
Now, I've noticed. I'll be honest with you. You changed it. Okay. Paula didn't want to be tattooed with blue ink.
Oh, she changed it. Okay, that's her channel. How did you change it?
Women have mysterious ways, Robert.
Yeah.
Okay.
In your settings, huh? I didn't know that was possible. I'd prefer that you're wrenched, dear. Because if I get somebody comes in and is a clone of you, I'm going to be right pissed off. Much more than normal. So the family up there sleeping or what? Johnny?
Wife's just gone to bed.
Gotcha. Zeke's fishing.
I'm just typing in the private chat, Robert.
All right.
I haven't hit the send button yet. Right, I hit the send button.
All right, let's see what we got here.
You're hitting. Why did you drive down the road? Hitting it won't. It'll only hurt your hand, Paula. I don't think Zeke's sleeping. He's 3 hours behind me in time
Go ahead.
Sorry, Robert.
No, I say go ahead. God damn it, I did it again. Go ahead, Johnny. Sorry about that. Shit. I can't shut up.
But yeah. Oh well. That's the way things go.
Yeah. There's but I don't think the one that you removed is a problem.
It was just something that in the back of my mind when I was doing a bit of corrective last night, and
Yeah,
something
I've had to
few
go
others,
correct a few myself.
a few people had kind of not derogative, but it kind of clicked in. And while I was doing it, and I thought, well, oh geez, I don't know. And there was another one that I kind of thought, well, there's a possibility. Probably a large one. I thought, well, we'll just see how things go. Because there is a group that runs this channel, and it's kind of a democracy. And if somebody does something, we would expect them to say, I did this for this reason, just to inform others.
Right.
That's the way it's kind of, we've been running it. And it's kind of, but there's a few things been happening that I don't like. And a case of, getting to that.
I don't think I've had to remove anybody as of yet, other than spam bots.
I kind of laugh at them. I love their persistence, and
there's
that,
an easy way to get around that, so they can't. Just put it in subscriber mode for 5 minutes, and that'll end them.
Yeah, that's right. But I kind of say, oh shit, we've made it onto their list. We must have gone up a tad or two, a couple of steps in the ladder to nowhere.
Kind of like a feather in the cap, huh? We're getting porn bombed now. It's all good.
Yeah. It's like when you get your first troll, you say, shit, I've made it.
Oh, Christ. I'm kind of shocked, to tell you the truth, that my channel's still up.
I'll give it time.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you were there early on. I don't know if you hung out for much of that debate on panel, but we got down and dirty, and I decided to leave it up, see what happens. And nothing as of yet.
Well, look, I remember when I was on my Justice League type thing, and in informing a few people said to me, you want to take that stream down when we finish. And I said, no, the truth's the truth. And why should we hide from it? And I still feel justified on what I did, but I woke up the next morning and everything was gone.
Yeah.
It's interesting that people that project themselves and get into higher places think that they're above the law, can flaunt it. They don't owe justification to anybody, and out of social media they get protected. I find that a slap in the face to humanity.
Yeah, I agree. Especially right now. I mean, it's ludicrous right now. And there's another channel I'm watching that literally went way over the fucking line. That if I'd have done that 2 months ago, I'd have definitely been gone.
I think I don't know if they've stopped taking. They'll never stop taking their bribery money, but
Yeah, my
if
same
they've
thought.
if they've stopped becoming the
The third party.
the free world police,
Right.
because of the drop in numbers and very soon to be the onslaught of an unbiased competition.
Yeah.
I think that's got a lot more to do with it, the unbiased competition, which is just around the corner. Go Elon. Yo.
Yeah, well, I think another one is the fact of what Elon has released and the whole government having backdoor access to have their own little groups banning people and censoring people. I'm betting they're in shit your pants mode because if that goes to court, their 230 protections are going to be stripped of them and they're going to be open for lawsuits. Of which there would be thousands. Google might be one of the richest tech companies, but
they're not going to keep. If it actually goes that way, Google might be one of the richest tech companies, but soon to be broke.
Yes, correct.
And so they should be.
Yep.
They are nothing more than thugs for hire. They've collected a lot of information which they've sold on. They have breached everything in every constitution and people's general rights right throughout the world.
Yep.
As far as I'm concerned with Google, I hope they all hang.
Yeah. In here in the United States, truthfully, if that is true, that politicians could personally do that, and if they did do that, if that could be proven that they were censoring people during the election, that becomes sedition. And sedition is one of the only things written into our Constitution that has a prescribed penalty. And that penalty is at the end of a rope. And I would be more than happy to help them out with that. I'll donate to that cause.
I'd actually build the scaffold and supply the rope, long as I got the job of doing the deed.
You want to be the handle guy, huh?
Oh no! I'm not going to get that technologically brilliant with the handle. We'll just have the Clydesdale out the back.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, so you're gonna be running the little tap then, huh?
Yeah. You know, there was an airline here years ago. They used to say "up, up and away." Well, we're going to run the same slogan.
There you go. We could have a bell at top too. You know, you could win prizes if you bang their head hard enough against it.
Yeah. Well, you know, like I've said it many times. You know, we've jails full of some very nasty people. and the carry on about humanity, where lives matter and all the rest of it. I think there is the time where realistically for some of these crimes that are committed, people are sentenced to life in jail, so they've got the rest of their life to suffer or to think about it because their loss of freedoms and what they've done.
Yeah.
Yes, the families have got the rest of their lives to think about what's been done to their members or whatever. One doesn't equal the other because at the end of the day, it's a very large drain on the taxpayer.
Oh, for sure.
If you go back to the Bible, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, hand the perpetrators or whatever over to the family, and what they decide is what happens.
Yeah.
If they don't believe in bloodletting, well, fine. As far as the majority, the taxpayers, they would say that, follow the green line. You're out of here because I'm not saying they get housed wonderfully or whatever, but some of them are getting housed better than a lot of the people.
Yeah.
And 3 meals a day and plenty of sex if they wanted or not, and doctors and God knows what. The thing is, if you commit a capital crime, I believe there should be a capital punishment, which is forfeit your ability to live on the planet.
And for the most part, I'll agree with you that. The only problem I have with that is I don't trust the state.
I agree with what you're saying and what you're implying. We've had it here in this country. It's not totally infallible, but once all legitimate legal arguments, not just arguments just to have another couple of breaths of air, but once evidence on all that kind of stuff is proven and exhausted, the argument for or against or whatever, it should be walk straight out the door. There's a concrete wall over there. Go and stand against that. Bang.
Yeah. See, I'll give you an example where I agree where it would be appropriate. This Brooks guy that run his car through that crowd of people on Christmas.
Yes.
There's no gray area there. There's no doubt that he's the one that did it.
Correct.
In that case right there, yeah, I have no issues whatsoever. It's where the prosecutors are going through and they have what I would call at best sketchy evidence. It's enough to get someone convicted, but in my mind, it's not enough to put the rope around their neck because there's still that possibility they could be wrong.
Well, you might be aware we had a immigrant to this country, which was a drug addict and whatever. I don't believe that's a defense. He was doing donuts, wheelies in a main intersection, tore up, a great, people running for their lives up a couple of streets that are not trafficable. They are, walking streets.
Yeah.
Ran over people, killed people. And there was one policeman that caught up with him and kind of shoved his gun in the door and shot him. And the dickhead only shot him in the shoulder. Well, one is that policemen should be charged with malpractice. He should be kicked off the force. And they said,
Christ.
you can't do much to him. He's got a mental attitude and a drug problem. Yeah, that's fine.
No.
I-
That don't fly in my book. Sorry.
No, that's fine. He's got problems. I've got a problem with what he did. Don't
Yeah.
use his problems. So the easiest remedy for his crime, his problems, is to end it all now.
Yeah. I have no. Don't tell me that your actions make you irresponsible, and then your irresponsibility you're going to shower. No. I don't buy that one at all.
Well, that's bullshit bloody defense crap.
Yeah.
And the way society's turned into a pack of friggin' simps or whatever. But look, it was because of my childhood and the way I was brought up. Oh yeah, well, blame your parents. That's another good one to cop out of what you did.
Yeah.
To me, that's irrelevant. You did an action. You did it. No one else did it. No one forced you to do it. You did it. So you pay the penalty. And if that penalty happens to be a supreme penalty of end of life, well, good night, sweetheart.
Yep.
It's time to go. Boom, 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 boom.
Yep. Yeah, but to play devil's advocate there, though, it's like these guys that were in prison for 10, 15 years, and it comes back DNA evidence that they're innocent. And it's just usually in those cases, it's an eyewitness and it's a he said, she said.
Well, we had
I had a real problem with those. A real problem.
Yeah, we had the last person to hang in this state in Australia was Ronald Ryan. The thing is, he was hung for crimes of others. Was he associated with it? Oh, yes, but he wasn't the one that pulled the trigger, and things like that. But at the end of the day, he was a part of it. He was a part of the crime.
That's a little different, though.
The whole part about it, he was as guilty as if he pulled the trigger, but the thing is, he didn't.
Yeah.
He was a part of that group, and the whole part of it, they planned their robbery. A few things went wrong, and one of them was an F-wit that liked to shoot people. But the thing is, they all knew each other. They went into that thing. They built their plan. They executed it. It didn't go quite right. But Ronald Ryan was the one that was hung because the public screamed out for justice.
Yeah.
And he was the one out of the party that they got a hold of, and they hung him. Yes, he wasn't guilty of actually pulling the trigger, but he was as guilty as sin because he was a part of the whole bloody lot of it.
Right. Yeah, Curtimus, that right there is just nuts.
But the thing is, because he wasn't the one that pulled the trigger, they stopped the death penalty in this country, which they should be bringing back.
Yeah. I am, well, as I said, I'm not for nor against it. I'm for it in particular situations. I'm against
Curtimus.
it. Yeah.
Curtimus, you're right. You're exactly right. Charles Manson, he formed a cult.
Yes.
And the whole part about it, realistically, he should have been fried alongside his disciples.
Yep, I agree.
But this is what we're talking about, that point of law bullshit. He was, the thing is, all right, we talk about guns. Guns are a tool that is used to kill things or whatever. We don't go and hang Colt or Browning or any of them. The same as people have used wood chisels, so Stanley, Irwin, all of those brands. We don't hang them, and that's the thing. But Manson should have been fried. He should have been. He was definitely the devil's child.
Yep. But see, like that, in that case right there, I agree with you 100%. But to me, and this is, I've had an argument with somebody that said, well, there's 10% on average of people who are innocent in prison. And that's a crazy statistic. It should not be even near that. It should be like 0.10%. And even that to me is nuts.
The thing is, police are not infallible. They get passionate. They've got pressures. They've got pressures socially and political.
Usually it isn't the police that are the problem, though. It's the prosecutors.
Yeah, well, the prosecutors don't really look at it on the human side. They look at it like playing a game of chess. If I win this, I will elevate.
Yeah, exactly. And see, their job isn't just to prosecute somebody. Their job is justice. So they're not only supposed to find out if you're guilty, they're supposed to find out if you're innocent.
Well, they're not interested in that. They're only interested in proving their case. So is justice served? No, it's not. You could relate a lot of it to persecution too, because if what their job is to prove for the state that person's guilty. Do they use the truth?
Oh, pardon me.
You know, what's the old statement? I swear to tell the truth, 100% the truth and all that bullshit. Do the prosecutors do that? No. They get a version, and they're as big a criminals as the one they're trying.
Well, it's like there's been cases here in the States where they've had evidence of people's innocence and buried it. In my opinion, the prosecutor, the judge that are involved in that should be taken out back and hung, because they've now tainted they've used the justice system against someone who's innocent. That makes them no better than the guy you was talking about before, or Charles Manson. They were engaged in it. By all means, you're gonna face the piper too. This whole idea that prosecutors should be immune for shit is bullshit to me.
Well, realistically, tell me if I'm wrong. We were, from children, from our parents, we were always taught, to be truthful, to stay on the right side of the law. Don't pass judgment on other people and all those kind of things.
Yep.
And if something wrong was done, to speak up about it and all those kind of things. But people, to me, that make a conscious decision to manipulate law, to manipulate situations, to project an outcome, which is not necessarily really truthful.
Right. Under the color of law.
because yes, that's right, because they say, oh, it's the law. Well, the law is you present fact. The opposition to that presents fact. Then it's up to the duty of the jury to make the decision.
Yeah.
Not somebody saying, oh, I don't want that introduced because they didn't whatever.
Yeah.
The whole part about what you want to manipulate evidence, you want to manipulate all that. So you get it's not playing darts or billiards or anything like that. You're actually talking about people's futures and whatever.
Correct.
If somebody's guilty, you present the facts, and the jury, which is usually 12 people, you judge by your peers. Even that's a joke. That's a joke because
I was going to say, wait a minute, find me 12 of my peers. I want to see 12 of my peers.
The whole part about it, then the selection process, the prosecutor and all the rest. Oh no, I challenge that witness or that juror, and bang, you're out, because they've all done background checks on you, and they say, oh well, he'll kind of vote that way, and we don't want that.
Yep.
We want them to go the other way. That's manipulation. The thing is, they should just walk out the front of the bloody courthouse, grab hold of 12 scruffs of the neck, drag them in and say, right, you're the jury. That is 12 of your peers.
Yeah, but see here, hold on. And this is a discussion that relates to something that we were actually having yesterday. People's duty to not only civil service, but to their communities. The problem I have with that, when you have people graduating high school now that can't even read and write at a second grade level, I don't think their objectivity is something I'm going to have a lot of faith in. The other thing that pisses me off, well, there's two things that pissed me off. Prosecutors were overcharged somebody by miles, so that you're actually literally risking your life if you take it to court for some of the most mundane shit. So people will settle out of without going to trial. And like here in the States, I think it's like 98% of all cases are settled outside of going to trial. That should not be happening.
Well, the thing is, Robert, a lot of that people are doing stuff under duress.
Yeah.
And everybody, if you go, even if it's a parking fine, you have your right to the day in court.
Yep.
And the whole part about it is, this is where the system has been manipulated. And it's really the game of chess reinvented. And how many television shows do you see about this actual subject? Like the smart ass lawyer and the prosecutor, and the prosecutor. Oh, you got that one, and and this one, and they get a slap on the back, and everybody gets a hard on. They have a circle jerk, and they get a pay rise and move up the chain.
Yep.
That's disgusting. The law is for everybody, not just people who can afford it.
Correct.
And it shouldn't matter if you're a billionaire or you're sleeping on the street. That law should not change for anybody, but unfortunately it does.
Yep.
And that in itself is criminal. I've got no faith in the law courts of this country any longer.
No, I don't either. I very none.
They're controlled by politics. The politicians and all that are their employers. And regardless of law or not, they're told, we don't like this week. So everybody of that, you hang them. It's bullshit.
Well, and I have another problem with the so-called victimless crimes. How do you have a crime without a victim? That's nothing more than revenue gathering. They become a business.
You know, the one thing here, I'll tell you about a thing over here. An old woman, about 80 years old, young snot, kind of broke in through a back door, stole the money out of a purse, you know, keys to a car, drove out. They ended up finding the car, which had been trashed and God knows what. And they caught the bloke. They caught the person because it was after a bit of a chase. And the police actually knocked on the old lady's door and said, your car's been stolen. And she was a bit overwhelmed, and my mate lives across the road, and they kind of went and got him and said, look, you know, this is what's going on. So anyhow, long story short, she had to do a victim impact statement. And she said, I'm not doing that. And I've known that woman for a long, long time, you know, since I was a young fella. I'd hate to say how many years. And the mate, which is known just as bloody long, you know, we sat down with her and we wrote out a victim impact statement. So when this dickhead that did the job, you know, went to court, the victim impact statement was read out.
Right.
And we talked about not only the callous break-in and thefts.
Yep.
And the whole part of it is no no care or respect for public property, the laws of the country, and how it will affect her that she doesn't even want to go out of her own home anymore. And the other thing is she no longer has a car, a vehicle.
Right.
The judge awarded her, although he convicted the other prick to 6 months in jail, big deal.
6 months.
Yeah, bugger all. The judge awarded her $600 in damages.
Woohoo.
The car they wrecked and all the rest of it was probably worth about 10 grand.
Jeez.
So all this money that the court has from, you know, different sentencing and stuff like this,
Yep.
where the fucking hell's that?
Yeah.
You can sure they're going to have a bloody good Christmas party, aren't you? And to this day, this is 5 years ago. To this day, that lady still hasn't got a car. Although I wouldn't like to be seeing her driving now, you know, she's got a bloody close to 90 now.
Right.
But at the end of the day, she hasn't got a car and she's become very much a recluse. All because of that. One half drug fucked idiot bastard piece of shit.
Yep.
And virtually what? He spent 6 months of his life in jail and walks away and goes, yeah, big deal.
Yeah. See, now there, right there, the punishment definitely does not match the crime, because he should have got Grand Theft Auto. He should have gotten breaking and entering, not just normal breaking in, but because someone was home.
Yeah.
Okay, there's a whole different scope there. What would he have done if he'd been confronted? Would he have killed her? You don't
Who
know.
knows? Who knows? But she was asleep, you know. Like we're talking.
Yeah, but
you know,
he doesn't know that.
That's right.
You know, so in my opinion, right there, that guy should have been locked away for at least 15, 20 years.
Yeah, well, They don't do that here anymore. Some horrific crimes. They seem to just give them a smack on the wrist and say, "Don't be naughty."
Yeah, no. I don't buy that.
That's why I actually agree with bring back capital punishment, and that is a deterrent. That is a real deterrent.
Yep. Oh, there you go. There you go, Curtis. You're exactly right. Right there. Ghislaine Maxwell case. All kinds of victims, all kinds of things, but no named perpetrators at all.
Yep. Yeah. Hello, Adrian. How are you going?
Hey, good evening. Good evening.
Go, Manan King.
Robert, Johnny, Sieg in the chat. Curtis Maximus. Yeah, greetings.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Mr.
Hello,
Robert,
Paula. You're back home.
I am home, yes.
You come back to the lair.
I guess.
Seriously,
So-
Johnny, the lady with the car got stolen. She didn't have car insurance, fire and theft even, let alone comprehensive insurance.
Oh, yeah, she did. She got a bit of money out of that, but
So
the
the car
ho-
was recovered with the
you know,
insurance, right?
well, the thing is, that was another joke. They said, "Oh, your car's up in the pines. You own it. You've got to pay for the tow truck to go and recover it."
Yeah, the insurance will pay for that.
Well, she had minuscule insurance. It did, but the whole part
Basically,
about it
fire
is,
and theft, you know,
is
if
the-
you've got a car, you should get a shot in the head if you don't have at least.
she did have bomb insurance type of thing, but realistically, the values of everything that was bugger all. It was a joke, and the prick got 6 months. 6 months in the care, but he was going up the pine trees, up the forestry, trying to get away from the coppers until he had a mistake and they grabbed him. But he was just a mongrel,
That's
a piece of shit.
lot, Johnny. 6 months in jail for car theft is a lot here. Like normally they just get a slap on the wrist.
Oh well, it was the car theft plus the home invasion and theft, and he had a list as long as your arm anyway, so he had a lot of prize.
That's more
yeah.
trouble than the home invasion thing. That's
But the thing is, the copper should have done their job and just put a bullet in the bastard, done the world a favour. I'm afraid I've got no time for people like that.
yeah.
No,
Look, the other month
people
in New South Wales, you got that kid that was 17 or something. He obviously took daddy's car out, picked up all his mates and girlfriends. They had about 6 of them in the car, and he totaled it, and they all died except him or some fucking thing.
That's culpable driving, murder. Actually, they'd class that as murder,
Yeah.
or manslaughter.
I'm like, oh, what a travesty! He killed all those young people. I said they all got in the car knowing he's like 16 and he hasn't got a license and he's got daddy's car. They all willingly got in that car to go joyriding. Who gives a fuck? They're all dead. More come off the streets.
They made look on that. I agree. They made their choices and knowing that everything they were doing was illegal. Did they pay the ultimate price? Yes, they did. What price is he going to pay?
That's
the hard one.
He got a long jail sentence, I think, for like manslaughter or something.
Yeah, he would have had 6 counts of manslaughter, which means he gets out when he's about 60 years old. And the other part about it is the taxpayers are paying for it. That's what shits me about it. The tax, a bullet, 27 cents. A bullet's 27 cents. A piece of rope, you buy it per metre, and you can use it more than once. But to house, clothe, guard, do all that shit, people, yeah, look, we're all young and dumb at times and do stupid things. A second chance, yeah, okay. I could kind of go along with that. But if somebody is capable of that, and it depends on their mental attitude, what got them into it, and if they can improve. Some can, some can't.
These
And
home
that's-
invaders, they need to be locked up for several years. The people that
I
break
don't
into
think-
a house while people are in there,
and it's always the elderly, Adrian. It's always the more vulnerable. I don't believe they need long jail terms. I just believe they require execution because they're scum of the earth. They've got no respect for no one, even themselves. And that's what makes it sad, that they haven't even got enough respect for themselves to respect their elders, you know. And they prey on the more vulnerable people. That is pathetic.
you know, most people up here, John, don't even lock their doors up at night.
Well, where I grew up, Adrian, no door had a lock on it.
Hmm.
Out the farm, I was the one that put the locks on the doors.
Yeah.
You know, after 47 years, I finally put friggin' locks on the door. You know, the house was never built with locks on the doors, and
It's not exactly crime free around here. There are like house break-ins and things.
oh well, yeah. There's look, it's everywhere. It's everywhere. It doesn't matter. There's different elements that allude that way because that four-letter word, it's like you're a shaman. You know, you're shaking the rattle at them. It's called work. Not everybody associates with that as a verb. Yeah.
Well, it's
Amazing how
probably
that
easier to sit around all day on drugs and drinking goon and then go and rob some houses at night.
Yeah.
That's why I like
Um,
castle doctrine.
How can somebody just disappear from prison or vanish?
Did you ever see that movie, Robert, Breaker Morant?
No, I can't say that I have.
If you can watch that movie, please do so.
What's the name of it?
Breaker Morant.
Breakout?
Breaker
Breaker
Morant.
Morantz.
Yeah. It's based on the Boer War. And in that you see quite a bit about double standards, all those kind of things. It is an Australian movie.
Oh,
Or Australian.
1980.
Yeah, that's it. That'll be about it.
Australian war drama.
Yes. When you get some time, if you can watch that, that gives you, because they are very good, real Aussie actors, not bullshit people, but that will give you a very good insight to Australians to a certain extent, and there was a bit of wrestling with the English in it, but the whole part about it, it's a bloody good movie. And when they charged, they were executed. But the thing is, why did you do what you're doing? It was under Rule 303. Kurtimus, yeah, it is a very good movie. If you really watch the movie and get the guts of it, it shows you how Australians have been used and abused as like mongrel dogs all over the world. Because our people were classed as some of the best soldiers in the world, and still pretty well are.
What are they? They're like Dutch, aren't they? The Boers, the South American.
They were. Yes, you're correct, Adrian. Correct.
Mainly Dutchies.
The Boers were Dutch, and it was South Africa, and it was a case of the struggle of the English versus the Dutch and all the rest of it for supremacy in Africa. Yeah.
Yeah, England wanted a slice of their pie.
Kurtimus, the average Anzac was probably just 18 years old, if that. They believed in the bullshit. They believed in their country, and they believed they were doing good. And a lot of people were sacrificed, lost their lives, which would be rolling around in their graves right now if they knew what was going on.
What a waste, though, that Australia should get involved in a war between the fucking British and the Dutch in South Africa.
The British, the Dutch, and look, the frogs and the fucking, and Australia always got dragged into it because of part of the British Empire. But the real thing about it is because Australians kind of don't whinge a lot. They don't moan a lot. They just kind of, if it's a dirty job, they'll get in and do it.
They were happy to go
tenacity.
There, make 10 and sixpence a day. They're more than happy to go there. It's all about getting paid. There's no work, and for someone to come around and go, "Oh, let's go to war in South Africa, and here's 10 and sixpence a day for you." Count me in. Where do I sign up?
I don't need any money. I'll send it home. That'll go home to the family. Realistically, if you do your statistics and have a look at the age of most of the Australian fighters, you'll find that it was really younger than 18 years old, which they had to be to sign up.
Yeah, of course. They got them all out of like farming towns.
If they could put an X on a piece of paper, which Australians don't do X's, they actually have literary skills. The whole part about you're in 2 weeks basic training and you get on a boat and see you later.
It would have been the old thing though. You would have had a British colonel in charge, blowing a whistle, getting all the Aussies to run out of their lines into the machine guns, right?
Yeah. Well, they were hiding behind their whatever. Typical pommy bastards, gutless, spineless wonders.
Just cannon fodder for them burn out their ammo on the Aussies.
But the thing is, I'm quite proud of our people who fought and died, Australian.
There's nothing to be proud about that war, Johnny. The Aussies supporting Africa.
We never any of it. We never should have been there because it wasn't our wars, and because of the British Empire and the NATO ties and all that bullshit, we got dragged into it, and we were used as cannon fodder. You're correct, for everybody else's bullshit. Now, I myself have had enough of their bullshit. I've had enough of their lying to us. I've had enough of their takeover. I've had a real guts full of it. It's about time a lot of them got back what they deserve. That's my honest opinion. Because
They do it.
half of them are the biggest terrorists in the world. There wouldn't be wars in this world if the Yanks, and I don't mean Americans in general, I mean the fuckwits in America that run the joint, if they sat there and shut their friggin' mouths, and the Poms and the Frogs and the rest of them, if they sat down and shut up and worried about their own country instead of everybody else's, because the multinationals are the ones that are making the money of it. They have their puppets in Parliament, and common people, good people, die because of it. That is fucking criminal. Take that to your court and try it.
Yeah. Good luck.
And I think you agree with that statement, Robert.
Oh, absolutely.
They still do it today, though, Johnny. Like
I
in
know,
the
Adrian,
South
I know.
China Sea, in China. Why was the Australian wedge-tail, the E-7 wedge-tail, like spy plane, flying up and down the coast of China in the South China Sea, and then it got shooed off by Chinese interceptors? But like, why was it flying up and down the coast? You know, it's just cannon fodder. It's a pretense to start a war. And to be honest, the Western powers would be more than happy if that Australian wedge-tail got shot down on the spot, and then they could take action. It's like just a goading thing, and let's send the Aussies.
It is that they're goading. You're right, Adrian. They're goading each other, and we all know what's going to happen there.
Like, is there any logical reason an Australian AWACS aircraft should be flying around in the South China Sea up the Chinese coast?
Because
No.
we've got
No,
a
they're
fuckwit politician in charge of the country, and he's up the arse of the multinational bastards, and all the rest of it. So at the end of the day, our people are subjected to possibly death or whatever.
There's a good chance that thing would get shot down. It's just basically a 737. It's got no defense.
But the thing is, the whole part about it is, you're talking potentially people are going to die for what? Multinational bullshit on the basis of he said, she said, we said. That's criminal. That's criminal. The whole fucking lot of them should be shut right down. Our troops should not be leaving our shores to protect somebody else's financial interest. If they can't defend themselves, fuck them. We've got a big enough problems in our own country.
Well,
no one wants China to become the dominant power in the world and like the reserve currency of the world, the yuan. Like, no one ever wants that to happen. But like,
well, hang on. Can I pose the question? Is that any better or worse than what we've had with the so-called supremacy of the US?
But he who controls the world's the reserve, to be the world's reserve currency, if it was a yuan, you also get to control the price of oil. Oil would be now priced in yuans instead of US dollars.
Well, all right, you take our country. We don't. Our country, for instance, that our politicians have sold out, but we can say fuck off. But at the end of the day, we don't need any other country for anything. We've got all the resources here they want. And once upon a time, we used to have all the technological brilliance, and we used to manufacture everything here and export it until it was bought out by multinationals and fucked off over to China. So they built China. Now they don't like it. And they want to go, oh, what about us? What about?
Oh no, they like it. They like the Chinese model. They want that for the world.
You know, the whole part about it is they created the monster, and they want everybody else to deal with it. Well, no, I think we just go straight over to where it came from and eliminate that factor, and then we all go back to harmony, don't we?
Yeah, if it were that simple.
I think it's very, very simple, because it's even where the rocket's got to go, it's got a nice little shape to it. You know, it's a pretty easy target to pick out.
Yeah, there's
I'd love to have a rocket with whack your moniker on this, bastards.
there's a lot more at foot in that play right now than a lot more people realize.
Oh shit, yeah. You don't even have to be half smart to realize really what's going on.
Yeah. Oh, I can. Yeah. A lot of people would be surprised what's really going on.
Everything in the world's based on oil today. Every single thing.
Well, it's always been commodities, Adrian. If you remember, it started off with the spice trades and you know, as far as trading. And if you have control, if you have control of it, you know, you have control, because internal combustion motor, which 99% of the world relies on, the internal combustion motor for transport, for commodities, for everything. For heat, even for heat is even, you know, heating oils and you know, all of that. Yeah, if you've got control on that, you can dictate. Otherwise, we'll cut you off and all this kind of shit.
You can dictate, but also you can tax. The oil is the tax. Like, they just pump the price of oil up. That's just more tax. You know, it's an oil-based economy, and he who controls the price of oil is the master of the world.
Well, there's one country we won't mention, which are behind a hell of a lot of this kind of stuff.
And wars will be fought like the South China Sea and everything. It's all about controlling the world economy through oil domination and being
well,
superpower.
Remember the old cartoon Pinky and the Brain?
Oh yeah, yep.
You know, what are we going to do today? Pinky, same as we always do.
I'm not sure how America's
take over the world.
If you know, America in the last decade probably $10 or $15 trillion to keep everything afloat. Just total bullshit. Just make up $15 trillion, and we're the financial superpower in the world because we've just printed all this fucking money from nothing. But somehow they get away with that, you know? There's no backing for it. There's no nothing. It's just, we'll print another $1 trillion. Oh, that's not enough. Print.
Oh, there's backing for it, Banana, but most people don't understand what that backing is.
The backing is that they can wind up the price of oil and tax everyone and get it back.
Well, the backing is inflation. It's a backdoor tax to the average person, and they just don't see it. Because every dollar that's printed, no matter what denomination it is, no matter what currency, what country's currency it is, every dollar they print makes every dollar you have in your pocket less that much value, less that much purchasing power. So there is a backing on it. It's called the people. Because you're going to pay it in aggregate with higher prices and less purchasing power. That's how they do that. That's how a fiat currency works. That's why they have it.
I guess, and everything's revolves around oil though still. Like everything you buy is made out of plastic. Plastic comes from oil.
Yeah, for sure.
Everything in the economy revolves around oil still. Oil and gas.
There's lots of different things that I don't think people understand that's actually going on, because it looks one way when in actuality, if you pull the curtain back and take a good look, you'll find out that it isn't what a lot of people believe it is. And in this case right now, it's far worse than what most people think it is. And I'm not one for bullshit conspiracies or crap. I want real world shit behind it. And you go look at these groups and they've got their plans written right out for you. And they're doing it. Much to the behest of everybody that's fighting back. It doesn't matter. They're still doing it. They will have digital currency. They will have vaccination passports, which will turn into digital IDs. They will have social credit scores. In their mind, they're allowed to do that because they are the rulers of the world as far as they're concerned. And
nothing digital can be trusted today, though. Like, we're getting hacked all the time here. Like, all the banks, the government.
Yep. But do you think they give a shit about that?
Okay, I got an email, another one. We were just talking about it last night about when I went down to the Commonwealth Bank, which I've never been a customer. They had all my details already in their Commonwealth Bank computer, funny enough. But today I get, because my Westpac bank obviously got hacked last week because I had to re-verify all my credentials before I could even access my account. Took me about half an hour of fucking answering questions and getting codes on my phone and bullshit.
Yep.
Google done it as well the other week. Like, they're getting hacked all the time. Today I get an email from Medibank. Medibank's like our biggest, it used to be the government. It's a private medical insurance company now, Medibank. And I got a Dear Adrian letter. We are deeply sorry to inform you that we now believe some data relating to your membership has been stolen and released on the dark web in the recent cybercrime event. Well, imagine that. Well, they only got my, based on our investigations, like as if they know exactly what happened, based on our investigation, we currently believe the following data relating to you has been stolen. First name and surname, gender, date of birth, email, address, phone number, policy number, travel insurance dates, life activities and rewards. We believe the criminal has not stolen your health records and your credit card and banking details. Of course they fucking did.
Yeah.
This is like the 10th fucking time this year that we've been fucking hacked with shit that I'm involved with.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. G'day, Robert. Adrian?
Optus was the first one, I think. Optus, the Westpac Bank. It's just ridiculously crazy what the amount of this hacking that's going on. Nothing's safe.
How you doing, Stephen?
Really nice.
Good, mate. How are you?
I'm alive and kicking.
I got hacked last Tuesday. I've lost everything.
Oh, what?
Had to cancel my bank accounts, had to cancel everything. I've lost my email, lost everything. What they did was I had a little program I opened at 4 a.m, and they logged into my email, changed the backup telephone number, changed the what else they changed? Backup email. They changed everything and changed the password and put high text security on my password.
Holy shit!
that?
Was
I
that
lost
like a
fucking everything.
personal? That was like a personal attack just on you, right?
No, Adrian, no, it's not no conspiracy. And since I've been reading this, it's fucking phenomenal the amount of people that have been attacked.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they're hitting Google real hard. Google's down. I think it was 60 or 70% on Gmail. Everybody's just abandoning Gmail.
I've always resisted giving Google my banking details.
Oh fuck, Adrian! I had it on my phone and everything. I'd walk into a supermarket, tap my phone, or tap my fucking watch, and you know,
I'm constantly getting
everything's gone.
Screens pop up to update my details. Of course, the first thing is your credit
Of
card
course, yeah.
details. I'll never do it.
Mhm.
Always click not now.
Nope. Never use your credit card for any of that shit. If you're gonna have something like that, you have a prepaid that you can throw the fuck away.
On my bank, Robert, I can stop international withdrawals. I can stop all internet withdrawals, and that's the way to go.
Well, yeah, you have your shit locked down until you want to use it, but like,
Yeah,
I-
that's
I
another way to
would
do it. You
never-
can
I would
you can
never
turn it on
use
and
a
off.
direct bank card for shit. Use a prepaid card. There's X amount
Yeah,
of
I do,
dollars
yeah.
on there, and they can't get into your regular details
Yeah,
at
that's
any
right.
point in time.
That's exactly what I do. I have two accounts. I put, want to spend $100, I put $100 in that account, but they can't take over $100. If worst case scenario, I lost $100,
Right.
but I keep everything in the other account. I just keep transferring shit over. I've done it since day dot.
Yeah, it's probably China. I reckon China. It's got to be China. They say Russia.
It's Russia, Adrian.
It's many different things.
Well,
They
You'd
logged
be
in from Russia
surprised
and
where
tried
a lot
to.
of that shit comes
Yeah,
from. It could be a
They Rus-
16-year-old in Poland.
your
No.
cousin had her debit card hacked, but she even
Yeah.
received her new one.
Well, there's one like my cousin. Well, yeah, but they know where they found out where it come from. My cousin debit card was hacked before it even got mailed to her. They come to find out, the people they had hired to make the cards were the ones that were hacking the fuckers.
Good God. Yeah.
They were logging in from Moscow on mine.
That's very believable, Robert. There was one company here that got hacked, a telephone company, US based, but anyhow, they got hacked and all the rest of it. But they used to have overseas call centres and all that kind of stuff. I remember I got a bill once, and they said, I said, "What's all this? I'm not paying for that. I don't ring the USA, and why would I be ringing the USA at 4 o'clock in the friggin' morning? I'm asleep, for Christ's sake." Stuff like that. Yes, I couldn't believe that, and that shows you how politically corrupt the whole fucking lot of it is.
Yep.
Sorry about my language. That Zelensky, I'd love to grab hold of him and skin him and gut him and hang him on the fucking clothesline. Make some
come
army out of
on.
the bastard.
Tell us how you really
for,
feel,
John.
Danny. Yeah,
That's got as much credibility, Beezy, as when Barack Obama got the Nobel Peace Prize when he was bombing Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Actually, the one that should have got the Nobel Peace Prize was bloody Donald Trump. He was the only American president that never dropped bombs, never killed no bastard.
Hey,
He's the only president that didn't start a war.
That's right. And he
Yeah,
didn't get a peace prize.
Well, no, they wanted to fry him because he didn't start no wars.
Well, credit to him, he was the only
didn't
one
he
with the
send
guts.
200 cruise missiles into Syria on his first week in office?
That wasn't him. You didn't read where the fact was that he had told them to pull out and they stayed there.
He's the only one that had the guts to go to North Korea and meet Kim Jong at the the
Kim
gates
Jong-un. Kim Jong-un. Yeah.
You know, for all our so-called diplomats, he was one of the most diplomatic there was, and he got, I think it was 5 peace treaties signed in the Middle East.
Yep.
You know, it's like, okay, well, if he can do that, why the fuck can't these so-called career politicians do this? Oh, wait, because they're too worried about blowing shit up.
Yeah.
Well, hang on. Peace don't make money. And most of them are sponsored by DuPont and a lot of other, Sierra and a lot of those other, companies that just happen to make little bits that go bang.
Yeah.
It's very interesting, and yes, Jess, I did see that on the news, and I just said, well, that just shows how effed up everything is.
Yep.
That slime bag bastard piece of shit, and of course the American Jewology conglomerates praise him when they cause the problems. He's a multi-billionaire, and the people of his country are peasants and having the shit bombed out of him for what he did. He's a friggin' criminal.
Yeah, they invented dynamite, didn't they? The Nobels.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, anyways, kids, I've got to go take care of some eggs and stuff. So I got to jump off here.
No worries, Robert. You take care. And good night, Paula. You're in the background.
See
Or
you,
good
Robert.
afternoon, good morning, good afternoon, whatever it is.
Well, it
See you later,
actually,
Robert.
Yep. Take care, guys.
technically it's
And
morning. but
Robert,
it's
no hanky panky.
Yeah. Later, guys.
too old for that shit,
See you,
Johnny.
Robert. I just went to pick up my new John Deere lawn tractor today, and it's not ready.
John Deere. So that means it was expensive.
Yeah, I guess 4,800. It's not that dear.
Bad, really?
What kind of motors it got in? Bloody! Don't tell me it's got a Briggs and Stratton in it.
They got everything's got Briggs and Stratton motors now. The Rovers, the John Deeres,
yeah.
they all have Briggs and Stratton motors. Unless you get like the really bigger ones that have got like a Kawasaki V-twin in them.
Kubota, Kawasaki, yeah. Kawasaki, Kubota, I'd go, yeah, but Briggs and Stratton, kick it to the curb. Well, let's face it.
They've really updated the motors. Like they got like chrome-plated fucking valves in them and fucking high-performance bearing kits and bullshit in them.
What, the motor? The Briggs and Stratton, they made, originally they were made in New Zealand. They palmed, and then they were shit. And then they farmed them out to be made in bloody China, for Christ's sake.
Well, my little push mower, the old Rover fucking push mower, I got sick of fucking fixing the thing. I had to pull it every second time I'd use it, it'd just fucking conk out and the spark would die. And I pulled that fucking ignition fucking coil unit out and went down to get one, and there's like 100 different types, but it's not worth replacing it. And I cleaned it all up, put it back in while it's working again. So, fuck me dead. But that's a little Briggs and Stratton 3.5 horsepower motor in my push mower. That's the motor that I neglected. It ran out of oil and seized up. Totally seized solid. And I freed it up with a fucking bit of dowel in the spark plug hole and the hammer and knocked the piston back down and freed it up. And it's run like a beauty ever since.
You know, realistically, the main thing with the coils on them is rust. Because
This had so much fucking gunky oil, grass, grime, dirt, and bullshit on it. I got 2 cans of that super cheap auto degreaser and just blasted the fuck out of everything on the top of the motor and cleaned it all up. I had the coil out already. But what I've done, you know the little cutout wire they got on those coils?
Yeah.
They cut the spark?
Yeah, that's
I've
cut off,
disconnected that. Yeah, I've disconnected that and now I just pull the spark plug lead off when I want to stop.
Well, the thing is, the best thing of the lot to do is you turn off the petrol and just let it run until it runs all the petrol out of the carburettor, and that way you're not going to get that gunking up from the shitty unleaded. And that's I don't look. A lot of that kind of stuff that I've got, I don't turn them off. I turn the fuel off, and when they run out of fuel, they're off. And that clears the carburetor out, so you don't get that gunk forming from, But yeah, the wire going to earth, you used to go across to the carby, and when you push the thing back to stop, and
Yep.
sometimes it'd work, sometimes it wouldn't, and then it'd work against you because the friggin', and it comes back to how long you use it, the climate you're in, and all those kind of factors. And that's why I'd be honest with you, I used to disconnect all that kind of shit and just turn the fuel off on the bloody thing. And when it ran out of fuel, it ran out of fuel.
I got the shits last week. It's like, this is a bigger block, and it takes a lot more fucking time to mow. And I thought, fucking, I'm going to get a ride on fucking lawnmower now. I was going to nearly get that Rover, but
no, the Rovers are shit too. They are real Chinese built. But John Deere's only a brand and a paint colour now. They're
still made in America. John Deere.
Oh, yeah. Well, Briggs,
they're made in America.
Yeah, the Briggs and Stratton motor won't be. It'll be a Chonda, the Chinese Honda Briggs and Stratton or whatever.
Yeah. I don't know if John Deere ever made motors, but
they did. They made back in the old days. You're going back to the tractors and the agricultural stuff. They made a good, strong motor. I actually had one of their old ones. It was about a 1914 model. And when motors actually produce real horsepower, not projected horsepower.
Yeah, he's got two there, brand new ones, straight out of the case, and they just got to basically pre-service them and get them ready. And one of them, the steering shaft's bent, the steering wheel's all fucking wonky. I said, oh, mate. He wasn't going to sell it anyhow. He's really got the shits with that. Two of them brand new, and they're both damaged out of the shipping.
Well, that comes back to the people on the wharf that really care, like folk.
Yeah, he's going to bring one down from the other shop at Ingham, up there in the back of Townsville, Ingham.
Yep.
Bring that from the shop up there down for me.
Well, that's all right. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong. That reminds me of a fellow I knew years ago. He done his ticket for pissy driving, and he was about half a kilometre out of town. So what he used to do was get his ride-on mower, and he would mow everybody's nature strip on the way down to the pub, and he would mow another strip on the way back, because he used to go down and have his couple of pots every day and up and back. And then he went across the road and he was doing all their nature strips.
No, I could do something like that too if
yeah,
lovely.
And you know what? The coppers never worried about it. Even though they knew he didn't have a license and all the rest of it, they just blind eye, job's right, long as you don't get any problems.
We used to drive ours down to the pub, Adrian. Yep. Yeah. Good old days.
I can't see any reason why not.
Oh, I did
I-
it.
I
Fucking
can remember.
truck is a skunk driving a fucking lawnmower. What is it called? Right, a lawnmower. Yeah. It was
Jump on
fucking
the,
Adrian. There was 4 of us on it.
take the lawn tractor back home.
Kids, yeah.
Shit, I can remember driving
Yeah.
the tractor with the mower on the tractor, on the lift arms. The tractor, that lifted up. The bale will be hooked up to the tractor, and behind that the hay rake, and pull up at the local boozer type of thing. Have a guts full of piss, and about 1 o'clock in the morning, you're heading home. Because it's kind of like a B double type of thing, and you got the spotlight out the back shining on the shit. Did that for friggin' years. Never ever got any problems.
Yeah, Curtis Maximus has still got some unleaded. He's still got leaded petrol in the gas station there.
Yeah, well, that's a
no,
good thing.
outboards.
We used to have what they called standard grade petrol here, which was all of them had lead in it, but that was a higher lead content and a less octane. A majority of tractors and machinery and things like that ran on what that was called standard grade petrol, which is take the lead out, which is your unleaded bullshit of your different octane ratings. But yeah, the thing is, the fuel goes stale and it goes like slime. That's why I run everything. Anything that I've got that I kind of use, and it's not gonna be a daily or weekly. I drain the fuel out of the carburetors.
Yeah, that ethanol E10 or E15 is fucking dynamite on outboard motors. It wrecks all the freaking seals in them.
Yeah, because the alcohol.
Yeah.
We've all there care for the planet and all this kind of bullshit. They're actually doing more damage. And hallelujah, brothers and sisters. The whole thing is, yes, the planet has got a bit larger populace. The thing about it is, has infrastructure increased to move multitudes of people or anything like that? No, that has not. So the ones that are dictating to us of what we should do, as in our personal duty, they have failed us. They have failed us. Because whilst they want us to do whatever we have to do to save the planet, they have failed to provide us with any alternatives, even though we continue to pay for incompetence. Cool Arrow fuel stabilizers. That's exactly right. They do. And most of them contain lead. Because you buy those additives to put into the fuel, that actually puts back into the fuel what the dickheads have taken out, which causes all the problems and are probably a bigger pollutant.
Yeah, man, I had to mow the paspalum today in the backyard by hand with the push mower, and man, I hope it's the last time I have to do that. The paspalum is about 3 foot tall.
Oh, well, the thing is, if you do it more regularly, it's not as. I hope did you have the mankini on? Did you while you were doing that?
So I didn't have any shirt on.
Oh, well, shirtless. Oh,
But man, I'll
How
tell you,
much have you got, Adrian? A quarter of an acre or what?
Yeah, 1,000 metres of Paspalum.
Yeah. You should be able to run around the backyard naked, Adrian. It's your property.
I can. I do.
So you've tried it.
Adrian, Adrian,
Good boy.
Adrian, do you
That's their
remember?
problem, right?
That's right. Should be looking over my fence.
They shouldn't be looking at me.
Adrian, do you remember when Stephen's mother told him, you left the gate open and the birds had got into the orchard, and he was out there in his underpants chasing the birds away? You remember that one? It was like it was like the sound of music. Oh dear. You two should take your act on the road. Oh dear. I'm glad I'm the same one here. God help us all.
Freaking cat can't help itself. It's got to go over and attack the bloody telephone cable coming out of the wall. It's like the internet here comes out of the telephone cable, believe it or not.
Yeah, I do believe it. You're in Australia.
Forget coax and fibre optics and all sorts of high-tech cables. You got a stinking old telephone cable.
You got a couple of old copper wires running into the joint. Actually, you got the red, white, blue, and black.
Yeah.
Kurtimus, you're very, very correct. You're very correct. US does subsidise farmers. In Australia, the only thing they subsidise as far as governments is their relatives. Everybody else is on their own.
So,
Sink,
Adrian,
sink or swim. Sorry, Stephen, go ahead.
Why don't you get the Starlink, Adrian?
I don't know.
130 bucks, I think it is.
I wanted to just change to like a Wi-Fi, like a 4G mobile phone modem, and they just fought me. They wouldn't fucking do it for me. They said, no, we'll get your NBN working. Oh, stay on the NBN. Just wait, please wait. We'll get it fixed up for you. I said, look, I'm sick to the fuck of it, waiting a week. And it's still not working. Just give me the fucking modem for the 4G. Oh, no, sorry, sir, it's not available in your area. I said, I'm on my mobile phone right now. It's on 4G. It works perfectly.
Oh, yeah, it's right. So something else.
Well, that's when you...
Yeah, the Elon Musk stuff. I think it's $500 or something for the setup.
128, 400 and something, 400 and something bucks for the shit, and it's about $128 a month. It's actually expensive.
There's a guy over the road who put a little dish out in his yard each afternoon. That must be what he was doing.
Yeah, that'd be Skylink. That'd be Skylink. But you got to, you buy your stuff. You buy your stuff, and that's fine. But the whole part about it is $28 a month, which was double the price of anything else on the offer. So that really puts it out of the marketplace. And it like Zeeg's on it. Zeeg's on Starlink. But as people get onto it, I dare say it'll get slower and slower.
Who's making that noise?
I don't know. Adrian must be cooking.
Getting another crushed ice, and another can of cream and soda.
Creamy soda.
Creaming soda. Yeah, Kirk's creaming soda.
Yeah, yeah.
With some crushed ice in the glass. It's not bad. It's quite refreshing, creaming soda.
Yeah, I actually like creamy soda. Have you ever got onto Portello?
No. Is
Oh,
that
that's-
alcoholic?
No. It's a lemonade type thing, you know.
Yeah.
It's quite nice.
I'm quite partial to lemon, lime, and bitters.
Bitters has 40% alcohol in it, believe it or not.
Oh. Lemon, lime, and bitters. Very refreshing.
Yes, yeah.
I've just had about 8 beers, at the pub. Come back, it was like the members draw night. I didn't win.
Well,
Do you have a counter meal down there, Adrian?
Yeah, I just ordered a pizza. I got a fantastic pizza. My member rewards card's been upgraded to gold, so I got this star members rewards card. So I get half price meals and $2 off drinks.
Oh
That's
shit!
a pretty good deal. That's fucking good.
You've only been there a fucking month.
Yeah,
or two.
and I'm already a gold member with half price meals and $2 off the drinks.
Well, that just goes to show you the rest of the town of cheapskates.
They saw me coming.
No, if you're enjoying it, and not hurting anybody, including yourself, fucking why not?
Look, Johnny, I cleaned up the other night, did I tell you? I won about 14 grand.
No, you didn't tell me that.
How much did it cost you to win that day?
About 5 grand. But I'm still miles in front, Steve, and I can just sit back now and enjoy.
Time to retire now. Don't use it again.
Yeah, buy a John Deere ride-on lawn tractor.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, that's okay. Yeah. The whole part about it is, as you know, I'm not into the pokies and stuff like that, but good luck, good on you. You can afford to take it, win, lose, or draw, and it's good to see. It's finally good to hear somebody that friggin' won that's done something positive with it. I've had friends here where it's destroyed them, the gambling thing.
Yeah,
That's probably why I'm against it so much, but not that much that I ridicule people for it.
Well, I've got fucking first-hand knowledge on the fucking evils of gambling.
But the old mate that lives behind me there, he'd go up and he'd say, I'm gonna have a little bit of go at the pokies, and he'd have the shits on for a fortnight or so. And I said, what's wrong? He's done me day. I said, what do you expect? I said, that they're not there to pay you all the fucking time. Then you see him next week and you go, oh shit, yeah, bloody beauty, do you want to go down the pub? I might shout. So what did you have, a win? Yeah, I had a good win. 2 weeks after that, yeah, that's right, exactly right. And I said to him, mate, I said to him, I'll give you a tip. And he said, what's that? And I said, keep right away from the bastards. And then we got the disease we had to have, and that weaned him off it.
No one could go out for
that. Well, let's face it. Here we were shut down for what, 286 days or some fucking thing. Longest shutdowns in the world. But
When they
Yeah,
started
mate.
that bullshit, Johnny, you couldn't go in the pub unless you had vaccinations.
Well, it got to the stage, you know, it started off with you couldn't go outside your own fucking front door. And then you couldn't go anywhere unless you were, you know, unless you were vaccinated and could prove it. And,
Yeah.
oh,
They-
fuck, all the bullshit.
That was the kind of the end of it. That bullshit. You can't do this and you can't do that and you can't go here or there unless you're vaccinated. Like that was the final fucking straw for them. Really, they blew it. Right
Well,
there with those rules.
really for me, and the suppression of the ability to be able to express one's opinions on social media. It was smaller groups, you know, staging some protests against the government, where the suppression, because really that would have turned into thousands, and I mean thousands of people, instead of the idiot factor. And therefore there would have been, we are the people, we are speaking now, fuck yous, talking to Spring Street. But, you know, I did my bit. I wrote 386 emails to the Governor-General. The last one was, go fuck yourself, you cunt. You won't answer the first one. You're not worth my bloody taxpayers' money paying for you.
I've got to give them that, Johnny. The scare tactics from the get-go were very successful. They scared me.
And, I got vaccinated, and I wish I never did. I really do, because I don't believe that was for my benefit. I actually believe it was more derogative than anything else.
I don't think it fucking did anything for me, to be honest. I still got that fucking COVID.
Still alive, aren't you?
Still alive.
You know,
Still alive, but yeah, I don't think it was really necessary.
perhaps not.
You know, I honestly believe people should have the freedom of choice, and not be dictated to. That period in our lives should be, and I will never tolerate it again. But the thing is, we're all bluffed, and it was worldwide. And since then, we've been dictated to ever since. So they got what they wanted.
We've still got about probably 1 in 10 people here if you went down the shopping centre, like down to Woolworths or something, there's maybe 1 in 10 people have got a mask on still.
They'd have dreadlocks though, wouldn't they?
No, mainly like old
No
unhealthy
shoes?
people. Just
Old,
just fat old women that are unhealthy, like they don't don't want to get sick.
Yeah, look, I will admit, around here you'll see a few people, but you know, if I go to a doctor's or something like that, I wear the fucking mask. If I go into a
yeah, but Johnny, you're an
confined
ugly
place
cunt. They
area.
ask you to wear. That's why they ask you to wear a mask.
Oh, Stephen, I've been to Southeast Asia. Everybody said, "Oh, hello, handsome man. Hello, handsome man."
That's from the fucking back until you turned around.
I know. I got to know. You've been looking at my fucking sexy bum again, Stephen.
I don't think so, mate.
Is Zeke still on here from the trivia night last night?
No, I think he's a refugee from. Now, Andy started the stream up earlier on, and I think Zeke come in and he's fallen asleep. But don't forget, he's 3 hours difference in time from us.
Yeah. So it's only 10 to 8.
And the other part about it, he might be feeding the population. and probably propagating as well.
That's a nice way to say it.
So, you know, at the end of the day,
No,
Yeah,
he's pretty busy beaver over there.
oh yes, he's very busy with the beaver.
That's funny.
But you know, he does keep the streams open. So that's you know, we give him a couple of marks, ticks in the tick sheet there. Yeah.
All right.
Curtis is on it. Says he's been driving his car upside down the whole time. Yeah.
Curtimus, I think he's been every which way but loose since he got home.
Yeah.
He doesn't know which way's up and down at the moment.
Yeah. I'm sure you'll lick it.
Lick it good. Now that's yeah, or whatever. Yeah.
All right.
I believe he was doing an upside down pudding tonight.
Oh. Yeah, well.
So how did your shopping extravaganza go, Stephen?
Oh, I didn't even fucking go, John. I went to sleep.
Oh, bloody hell, eh? Just you know, just imagine if you contracted Stephen to explore the interior of Tasmania. He said, "Oh, I was going to do it, but fuck it, I went to sleep."
Yeah, I was actually before I came on, I was looking at boats. So I was thinking about buying a boat. Yeah.
Oh, a boat? What are you going to? What?
They're pretty cheap over here.
I believe the Titanic's up for sale.
Yeah, you just got to pick it up, don't you?
Yeah. What kind of boat are you contemplating? Sailboat?
No, motorised boat, mate.
What?
Half cabin, probably.
Only half a cabin.
Yep, you never use a cabin in a fucking boat, mate. They just waste of fucking space.
Oh well.
You try and get into a cabin when you're out at sea, mate. See how long before you vomit everywhere.
Um,
It smells of fucking
Scary.
You can't
You
fucking
know,
sleep in it.
sleep in the cabin.
actually, the last time
you
I
got, you
went,
got this stink of fucking petrol. You got fucking the constant rocking in the boat. You're just going to throw up and you'll be sick. They're just a waste of fucking space.
But
You're better
you're
off
in
with an
the
open.
cabin.
Yeah.
You got
Last
to hope
time-
like hell the boat's where it was when you went to sleep. If the
Yeah,
anchor breaks.
last time I went to Tasmania, a fellow I used to do a bit of subby work for, we're actually in the hardware store, and he says, "I'm glad I run into you." And I said, "Why is that?" He said, "I bought a boat." And I said, "Well, good on you." And he said, "But I don't know nothing about sailing. Well, would you come with me to Tasmania and we sail it back to Hastings?" And I said, "Okay." I said, "But you do realise it's going to cost you?" And he said, "That's fine. That's fine." So we did that. Sailed it back to Hastings, moored it, and you know, I got public transport back home, and you know what? It's never left its mooring since, and that was probably 10 years ago.
Jeez, you got a decent half cabin here, John, for fucking $3,000. Jesus.
You know, the thing is, boats are, you know, that you got to keep on anything. You got to keep on top of your maintenance. But I like sailboats. I do like sailboats because that no sound and you're skipping through the water, that's blissful. That is blissful. That's why I always like sailing. But at the end of the day, I've had kind of ski boats, V8 bloody things, and all rev and raw. But I did always find sailing probably the most relaxing.
Steve Perrin, he sailed across the Atlantic, I think.
Yeah, Steve.
Yeah,
Perrin
something like
used-
that, mate. He sails everywhere. That guy.
Yeah, Steve used to do the I'll sail your boat to the like virtually like the Tasmanian trip that I did. You get me there and I'll sail your boat home for you. That kind of stuff. He used to do that kind of stuff, Steve. And there's a couple of bob to be made and a bit of fun.
That's interesting.
Geez, the bloody boats are cheap over here. Whatever. Look at it, Adrian. Unbelievable. They'd have to get them up to the
What sort of boats? Like a 6 metre half captain?
Yeah, all that sort of shit. Yeah. Fucking
you want-
aluminium
you-
boats and fucking all sorts.
Yeah, that's just
You want something about
not
40.
work.
You want something about 40 foot. That's got half decent quarters, and then you go smuggling, Steve. Make a couple of bob.
I don't like shoplifting with boats.
Yeah, just never stops. The boat maintenance, the engine maintenance, the trailer maintenance, and just if everything's working fine and nothing breaks down on you, then just taking the boat out. It's a big drama. Taking it down, launching it.
Oh, it depends what you
Bring
get,
it.
though, Adrian. Obviously, if you buy yourself, you'd get an aluminium boat and a big one if you want them, not too big, obviously. And you can handle them. You can put them in yourself and handle them. They're not that hard.
The actual time on the water is great. Like,
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
there's nothing better than floating around in the bay, fishing and relaxing in the sun with the water lapping on the boat, on the side of the boat, but all
with
the
the
other
nuts.
nonsense to go with it. Once you're out of the water, it's fucking
Yeah, it's a cut, isn't it?
pain in the ass.
Yeah.
And there's always something needs repairing.
Oh, you can do it by
Batteries,
yourself.
The
Yeah.
light's not working. The fucking rollers on the trailer are rusted. The wheel bearings need grease, and the fucking
No,
steering.
then you haven't even got to the engine yet.
No, what when I used to out the farm there, Adrian, it was very, very with the dam with the sailboat. I never pulled the mast down because I could drive down the road, down the middle of the road, but I used to just hook the trailer up behind the tractor, and just take the catamaran down, slip it into the lake, pull the tractor out and park it where everybody else parked their shit.
Yeah.
I had no problems about getting in and getting out of the ramp. And it was just a case of pull up the sail, away we went. And totally relaxing. No motors,
And
no
fresh,
nothing,
fresh
none of
water
that shit.
dam, freshwater dam, like salt water.
Yeah. Yeah, salt water's a killer, but that was wonderful. But I also had a 14-foot fiberglass, and you get up the river and stuff like that. But it was a very small V, so it had a bit. It had a bit of stability, but it was good on shallow, and you could get right up, and it was good fun. But the thing is that the drama, realistically, of exactly what you said, the maintenance on the motor, this and that, and was always something where that sailboat, I could just throw the frigging thing in there and not even worry about it, and just away we went. Although I had to be out in the open, obviously, for it to be able to bloody do its job, but and that sound of the water skipping past you, and no motor.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, you get some pretty good winds, and I used to love having it up on one hull, and yeah, that was the buzz. That was the buzz, because I used to go out sailing when most of the other craft were coming in because it was too fucking windy. But yeah, I loved it. But each to their own. But anything with a motor in it, let's face it. If it's a motor, it got a motor in it, it's going to give you problems.
I reckon just get like a 14-foot tinny with a 20 horsepower motor or something like that.
How big do the crocodiles grow up there, Adrian?
About
A
14
couple of
foot.
meters. Okay, you want to be a 16-footer then?
A 14-foot tinny, you put a V8 in that.
We look at steel or what?
Don't you watch the jet boat racing?
Freaking lousy crocodiles.
Yeah, so the rumour goes. Don't believe
I went
it.
down to
Adrian. Jump in the
I went
water and
down-
find out. Have a good swim.
I went down to
Cool.
one of the boat ramps, and there's like a little township there. There's about 100
Yeah.
people have built houses down there, and they're all like fucking on stilts, and
Yeah,
they
yeah.
got dry. They got like they're parking. They got like concrete ramps going up 20 foot in the air to their garage. Everything's like 20 foot off the ground. I thought, what the fuck's going on here? The tide comes in that far.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Cool Arrow must have had a lot of fun with boating in his life, or her life.
Yeah, Cool Arrow knows it. Boat bust out another 1,000. Yeah, and that's right too. The happiest days is when you buy it and when you sell it. Yeah. 100%.
That's about right, isn't it? The only shitty thing about it, the big ones, Adrian, you've got to have someone to help you all the time, You have someone
That's-
to
You kinda
currently
do.
drive the boat on.
Yeah.
That's but you usually nothing more boring than going out by yourself. So you want to usually take one of your mates and you fucking pay. Yeah.
Especially when you get older, like when you're young, you can sort of clamber over the side and everything. But when you're old, you can't really just clamber up over the side anymore. Like getting in and out of the boats.
I used to live in Point Cook. We had a holiday home down there. It was actually on the water, and I used to sleep next to a boat for coming on fucking 10 years, mate. You'd sleep like the boat went into the lounge room, so I used to go fishing quite a lot. The boat went down on the railway lines into the water. It was good. I know a bit about, but then my dad bought a half cabin. It's only a small, about a 16-footer. We had that for a long time.
Well, you should have saved up. You should have saved up for longer and got a full cabin.
What would you want that for? Will you go for your full cabin, mate? I'll take a half a cabin. Actually, I'd take one without a fucking cabin on.
That's why you and your dad saved. So you had a half a cabin each. It was really a full cabin. Okay, I got you there.
Yeah. Okay, have it. All right. I'll write that down. So don't forget.
I still remember the first boat I got when I was about 18. I bought this 12-foot tinny and it had this 9.9 horsepower.
Yeah.
Mercury.
Not a seagull, not the seagull.
No, a little 9.9 Mercury.
Yeah.
But man, I used to love that boat. Like I had more fun in that boat than all the other boats I've ever had. I think that little fucking tinny aluminium 12-foot.
I remember I got bored once and I just thought, bugger it. And I made a sheet metal with, ballast tanks and that, but it was just sheet metal, a little like a duck punt. And I had it sitting out the front of my little workshop, my home workshop, And the fellow dropped in and he said, it's coming up to duck season, which I never gave a thought to. And he says, is that for sale? And I said, well, if you offer the right amount of money. And his first offer was, I went kind of, whoa, shit, that's all right. And then, we put it in the back of on his Toyota type of thing, away he went, tray body, away he went. And then I started getting phone calls. Can I order one of those bloody duck punt things, you mate? Well, hang on, I made one, and then the people were ordering. Can I have these duck punt things, you mate? I made I made a couple of hundred of the bloody things over the years. But I used to prove that my little design and my little boat was all right. My Mercury engine was a 20 horsepower. And I used to put that on one and go down the local dam, and by geez, didn't that stand up and boogie?
Yeah. They weren't bad, those little Mercury motors.
Oh, yeah, they called them a black anchor because anything went wrong with them, you might as well just throw them overboard.
It would have been good to build the duck punt out of those, like the foam, with your insulation business.
Yeah, cool room panel. Well, that was in the same days when I used to have a lot to do with that.
They did do that, Adrian. They did make them out of cool room panels. They made a fucking up in the Murray. They made a we call holiday home on the water. No, on the water. What are they called?
Punt.
Houseboat.
Houseboat. They made a houseboat. They made the fucking pontoons out of it. Everything.
It'd be unsinkable, wouldn't it? It'd be totally unsinkable.
No. The thing is with polystyrene, after it's too much time in the water, it takes on water.
It
becomes brittle, John.
Yeah, well, but like the cool room panel was great. It was good for making. It was really, really good for making toboggans out of.
I put up the cool room in my backyard, Adrian, when I'm in the other house. Fuck, it was brilliant. Storing things out there.
Put some of those cool room panels in my house, I think.
Yeah. I used to get them for free.
I used to pay for mine.
You got to know the manager there, John. You got to know the manager. The manager was my best friend.
Actually, like I said, I paid for most of mine.
Oh, yeah, okay. I've never seen so much stuff go at them fucking gates that never got paid for.
The interest that look, realistically, I did a lot of work and a lot of stuff. I built stuff up in Smithton, Campbelltown, fucking a lot of places in Tasmania, and in the eastern seaboard and South Australia, in Australia, and they were big. Not I'd do anything from a little store bloody thing to big cool rooms, but I think the place I'd like to go to probably the most was New South Wales, but heading towards the outback where and Queensland, more outbacky area, because the people were genuine. You go into the Gold Coast and they're all fucking 2-bob millionaires full of bullshit. So Sydney, Brisbane and all that. Sydney, Brisbane, when you're talking a business thing, they've all got dreams of whatever. They want to cut your throat, and then when it comes to time to paying the fucking bill, then the problem comes along because they haven't got 2 fucking bob to rub together. But but that, you know, that's trials and tribulations. But I used to love it going out, you know, Julia Creek, all around, you know, that and down through the New England area in
that's
New
a nice
South.
ride. That the New England freeway is really good.
But you know, it was one of those things that because you're talking country people that yeah, they were miles away from anybody, and and they were genuine. They were genuine people. I love that country. I spent a lot of years up there doing shit. Cool Arrow, canoes. When I finally get the ability to be able to do it, I want to build another cedar strip canoe. Not only for the purpose of having a canoe, just for the therapeutic part of the build.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, anyway, I had a big little boat too, Adrian, when I was a kid. It was a fiberglass blue one. But you know, I didn't have a fucking motor, and I had to row. I love that fucking thing being out there.
Yeah.
Oh, so your real
It got a bit fucking rough when the fucking wind got up, mate. Jesus Christ.
so your real name's Michael. Michael rowed the boat ashore.
Little simple open aluminium boat. Yep, and you know, pretty low maintenance. The thing that makes boating unpleasurable is all the fucking bullshit, and all the maintenance and stuff that goes wrong.
You know,
You've got to get that one fish, don't you, Adrian? And you fucking spend millions on it.
Yeah.
well, the only have you ever had sex in a boat?
Yes. Yeah.
You have. Well, that's like drinking light. It's like drinking light beer, Adrian. Fucking close to water.
It's not bad actually, with the boat rocking around, especially if the seas are up a little bit.
Oh,
You
look,
rowing at the time?
I had a water bed, so you know. Yeah.
Right. Water bed in your boat. Good idea.
And let's face it, they can't get away from you on a boat, which is good and bad.
Oh, you sick fuck. You put her over the edge and give it to her, did you?
I suppose you can always throw them over
Hey,
when
that
you're
fucking
done.
shark there, back up.
I'm seasick as they lean over the thing and go, "I'll help you out." You know.
My missus was a nightmare in a boat. Absolute nightmare. She loved it, but she had no conception of safety. Like, there's a terrible storm predicted for the afternoon. You can see it all starting to brew up, and it's like, I think we got to bring the reels in, wind the reels in now. I think we'll go home. No, we're not going to go yet. No, it's all a boat, man. Next thing, there's like fucking 2 metre fucking seas, and it's like,
Yeah.
come on, we got to go now. I'm not ready yet.
Oh, Jesus.
The whole thing about it, just in front of that storm front, is where the fish are, and if you've got the bait there, you'll get some bloody good fish.
Yeah, we were over camping overnight in Morton Island, and this storm fucking blew up. Oh man, I thought we were all going to fucking die that night in the boat.
Yeah, the adventures. Yeah.
We're going to fucking die. And the kids get the kids in the cabin. The fucking fishing rods are up. There's this the most evil lightning I've ever fucking seen. And the fishing rods are up. You're thinking you're on the water. What's the tallest thing in the water? Oh, it's this aluminium boat. With the fucking Carbon fibre fishing rods.
Cool Arrow. I can remember when, like I say, when I was out on the farm, which the dam. I used to love going up the rivers at, some of the old spots. Because, I'd lived there before it was all flooded. And so, a little bit of sentimental and whatever, but the amount of kayakers, and half of them have their price tag on them still, which would kind of row across and, go up that into that kind of area, which was fairly you had to really maneuver to get a motorboat up. And they'd be, oh, my shoulders are fucked, oh, this is whatever and whatever. And I think every time I went out, there'd be one or two kayakers or people on that, that I'd tow back to shore. And in the end, I just kind of said, oh, stuff it, I'll go over there. And, if they're that dumb, bugger them. Because, everybody gets the gung-ho thing. Oh, that looks really, really cool. And, they go to the shop and they buy one and away they go. And they haven't built themselves up for it or any of that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
They think they're a marathon rower straight from the shop. And they get themselves into trouble instead of
look how powerful I
am.
am. Look how strong I am. They get out there and they can't get back because they're fucked.
Yeah, look at me. And the whole thing about it is I honestly believe to purchase any of that kind of stuff, people should have, not that I believe in control, but I believe you've got to control sense and sensibility. People should have to have a bit of an awareness thing or whatever to say, just because you think that you can row 5 miles, when in actually fact you can only row 50 metres or 25 metres, get some realism about it. People need to build up to it because they become a hazard to themselves and a drain on rescues and stuff like that.
Johnny, this Burdekin River up here would be wonderful for kayaking.
Well, you've got that's semi-tidal, isn't it?
Yeah, not sure. There's a dam up the end, but the crocodiles, that'd give you the hurry along. You'd learn how to kayak pretty quick, I reckon.
Well, what's wrong with having that's when you just take a bit of meat out and say, "G'day, buddy, how you going? Here, have that."
And the
There you go.
while you're at it.
Take a few chicken frames with you to attract them.
So there you are, mate. Have you, you're right, buddy. And then, the third time you do it, you put a hook in there and about 150-pound breaking line and go, yeah, we're skiing now. Yeah. That's like getting...
Have you run into any crocodiles there yet, Adrian? You spotted any?
I haven't had a chance really to be around. I've been down to the river once, but I've had hardly any time really other than to fuck around the house here.
Gotta go down tonight. Go down there, just don't need to torture and then just walk on the bank.
The spotlight.
Next thing you're in fucking Thailand having a fucking sex change.
Mosquitoes would fucking eat you alive.
Give me back my dick.
But don't forget, Stephen. If he really wants to if he really wants to get in with the predators, he only has to take a bunch of roses down to the local bloody leagues club
Yeah.
We can find some nice Indigenous women.
Yeah, that's not wrong with that.
There actually is, Adrian. There is actually.
There is. There is. I know there is.
Yeah,
I
some of them
remember
are quite beautiful. Some of them are quite beautiful, Adrian.
I remember in Bark.
Look through the bottom of your fucking glass next time when you're drinking.
I remember in Barcolden, there was one little girl that I did a couple of dances with, and she was quite nice, very and quite attractive, But then they say, well, you got to meet the parents, and then you look at mummy and say, oh fuck, I'm out of here. Yeah.
Sometimes you can go to some wonderful bars up that way, and you look out and there's a nabo or whatever there at the front there, and they've got snot all over their nose, and you walk by, are you eating that? Oh Jesus Christ! You know, and no shoes on, and I don't think they've got the undies on.
What? Come on, Stephen. Where the fuck were you going?
To a pub to get a counter meal.
Which place?
Oh fuck! If I know where it was, out the middle of the country where you wanted to go before.
It must have been Cunnamulla. You must have gone to Cunnamulla.
Don't know. Can't remember. Man. I really don't know. I wouldn't like to go back there again, though. Wherever it fucking was.
Weekly Times. A newspaper I used to buy for 30 bloody years that I haven't bought one for the last 10 anyway.
Here's my local river. This is where I went. This is where I went the other day, down to Groper Creek.
Oh, yeah. That looks very nice.
We'll play it.
But I'll give you a tip. Down a little bit further. Down a little bit further, there's the rock. There's the rocks. And don't have a gin on the rocks, because you know what's going to happen. The whole tribal chasing.
Fuck that.
Look at that crocodile. It's about 12 foot long.
That's good eating size. That's good eating size.
He'd eat it pretty quick.
He's a
He's
bloody
a
good-
good eating size, yeah. One
Yeah,
snack.
bloke, you get some bloody good steak off that one, man. You get
Yeah.
bloody
I should
good-
go down there and start the barbecue King live stream down there.
Yeah, that would be good.
You know, wouldn't that, I don't think they do it here, but if you had that huge spit thing, like the rotating spit, and put a crocodile on it and start selling like bits of
Oh,
crocodile.
they do that in Thailand, Adrian. At that.
Yeah, it's supposed to be delicious, that roast crocodile.
Crocodile.
Whatever.
Crocodile,
It's like fucking
it's like
chicken.
that's right. A lot of the like snake, a lot of reptilian stuff. It's kind of got that chickeny type taste, you know,
Do you
the
know,
bland
I think-
chickeny taste.
Why does everything except beef have to taste like chicken?
Because that's what we used to. With it's evolution, mate. If we started eating fucking snails or slugs or something, we'd probably say that tastes like a slug. Probably doesn't,
No, well,
it's really weird. Yeah, everything tastes like fucking chicken. Even fucking
unless
frogs
it's-
taste like
unless it's
chicken.
beef.
oh, come on, Stephen. It's really a nice way of saying it. It's really a nice way when you say, "Oh, that tastes like chicken. That's lovely." It's bullshit. It really tastes foul, as in shit.
Well, chicken as well, foul. Yeah, it's very different flavors. I suppose when you eat eels, they're a bit of a different flavor. Everything
Eels?
tastes like fucking chicken. Yeah.
Eel. I used. Well, it's about season to come on to go out and put some traps out and get some more eels, but I actually do go out and hunt or try and catch. trap as many eels as I possibly can when they're on the move.
Yeah, beautiful.
You think evolution, like man, would have killed every crocodile on the face of the earth by now? Like, really?
I think it's running 50-50, Adrian.
They're holding their own.
And now they're protected, so the human race is going to become the minority. Once upon a time we would have said it's like greenies, but they have prevailed.
They haven't changed in billions of years, the crocodile. They just stayed the same.
Neither are
Yeah.
greenies.
Amazing animal.
Says a lot about their design.
Well,
Which other animal does it? Shark hasn't changed much at all, has it? Shark.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sharks
but-
been around for billions of years.
the thing is with the
Top of the food chain.
the crocs, that come from the dinosaur type era.
Yeah.
Oh, 100%. Like you look at a crocodile and it's fucking straight out of the prehistoric days, really.
Yeah, but the thing is, they are the top predator, and really the only one that they kind of is going to take them out is mankind, and now they're protected.
What
the crocs
mankind
will-
is.
No, and the mankind is not protected.
It's too bad they
And-
can't explain that to the crocodiles and get like a,
Yeah.
we won't kill you and you don't kill us, okay? Right?
I'd like to see Julian Cleary or somebody like that go and do a presentation in front of a crocodile when it's hungry. Yeah.
They're fucking awesome things, are they?
Oh, they are, and that's what I mean. In awe, because of their sheer power.
Mm.
I always thought to get rid of a body, you'd go out in a boat and throw a body over the side, like 20 k's off to sea. The tides would never wash it back, the ocean currents, and the sharks and stuff would just rip it to shreds. But I think a crocodile would do a better job.
Oh,
What are we thinking here? We experimenting or what? Who's going to die?
a salty.
No, Stephen Clark. Who is going to die, Stephen Clark?
Hello,
Zeke,
Z.
go, Zeke, away, Zeke, go, Zeke, what's that?
I didn't even realise they're still in here.
What?
Zieg has got off the nest, has he? He's just
No, I
pruning
didn't.
his, he's pruning his feathers. Hello,
Been stuffing-
sweetheart. How are
been s-
you?
Been stuffing about. I didn't even realise I was still on here. I clicked across to Chrome and I was like, oh shit.
You got crocodiles league in Western Australia, haven't you? Like up north? probably?
Yeah, up north. Yep.
Yeah. Actually, it's probably more wild up in North WA than North Queensland.
Oh, it's a bit more remote in some parts, in some ways, but yeah, not the same. It's different. It's not the same sort of remote as you got in Queensland. Queensland it's hard to get to because there's no tracks. WA, it's just a hell of a long way to go.
The thing is, Adrian, it's same but different.
Basically,
You heard
top
that
end.
before?
both at the top end of the country, and they're both stinking hot, and they're both covered in crocodiles.
You know them? There's 3 or 4 guys. They've got a
All the
YouTube channel, and they do all that off-road 4-wheel drive stuff. There's a guy with a D-Max, and the young guy with the Land Cruiser, and
Oh yeah, they give me the young guy with the Land Cruiser gives me the shit.
the tubby
Shane-
guy with the
Shano or whatever
automatic
his name is.
transmission. Shano, yeah.
Yeah, he
Well,
gives
they
me the
went
shit.
to open up
If I
this
got
track.
invited for a beer with him, I'd kick him in the nuts.
And they went up through the Catherine Ranges somewhere to reopen a track or something. Man, it was pretty wild out there. Up the top of WA somewhere they were. Well, I like the guy in Western Australia. He's been around for a long time. He does 4-wheel drive stuff. He's just a more down-to-earth type guy. What's his name? He's a bit of a rough nut. He's a Toyota Land Cruiser dude. I've forgotten his name.
I don't know, was it
Not
Russell
really.
Coit?
No, it wasn't Russell Coit. Russell Coit.
Those four-wheel drive 24/7 guys, that Shano and that, they came to Bornholm Beach, which isn't too far from me, and they're acting like it's this hard, impossible beach to drive in and out of.
Yeah.
My old man used to drive us back out of that beach when I was a little tacker in two-wheel drive with the fucking tyres still pumped up.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's one of the hardest places in the world to get in. It's like, only if you're a retard doesn't know how to stay off the accelerator.
Yeah, Shane Oates a fuckwit.
Yeah, I can't deal with the guy. The other guy, what's his name? Graham.
Graham, yeah.
He seems a bit more tolerable, but yeah, Shane Oates.
He's the D-Max guy, isn't he, Graham?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he's okay. Yeah, that young guy with his dirty 30, or he calls it the dirty 30.
Yeah. It's a Land Cruiser, mate. Get over it. We've seen a million of them. We don't care anymore.
You'd like to just slash his tyres or take the valve cores out or something, wouldn't you?
Take the core plugs out. Yeah. Just get a seal puller and pull a core plug out the side of his block. That couldn't possibly ruin his motor.
Put some fucking sugar in his petrol.
Apparently that doesn't do anything. They tried it on Mythbusters. It doesn't dissolve, it just sits at the bottom of the tank doing nothing.
It's an old myth, is it?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what's nasty in a fuel tank's that fucking Celastic. Oh man,
You know what's really nasty you put in a fuel tank? Is a big old couple of litres of xylene.
Xylene?
Yeah, engine will run fine until they burn a hole in their piston. Yeah. It's one of the most reactive chemicals in petrol. Obviously, petrol's got a lot of stuff in it. Toluene, butane, everything like that. It's yeah. But old xylene's in there too, but there's only a little bit of it. You put shitloads in and yeah.
Not easy to come across, I bet. What do you have to go to a chemist laboratory to get it?
No, you go to like a paint supply place and get by it as a thinner. You know those black textures and shit. They all got xylene thinners in them.
Yep.
Yeah. Especially diesel, you'd really screw over a diesel putting xylene in the fuel. See how the dirty 30 goes and it's got a couple of leaks. Yeah. Orange juice bottle full of that shit in there.
Dirty 30 goes.
I put
The cup is off. That'd be fucking funny. Yeah, you'd like nothing better to fuck that guy up. Shano.
What program's this, Adrian? What channel is it?
Oh, so they used to have a dedicated TV show, I think. It was called Four Wheel Drive Action. And then, like, it wasn't that successful. It was like, on once a week, like the Leyland Brothers, I think. It didn't last long. They also got a magazine. They started like a glossy magazine, monthly magazine called, I think, Four Wheel Drive Action. And now they just got a YouTube channel. But it's a big YouTube channel, man. They're making a killing out of the YouTube business. They're all got fucking brand new 4-wheel drives and shit out of it, all fully sponsored up. No expense spared. I don't think they'd actually have to work for a job, would they, Zeke? Those guys?
On the phone, I think.
I don't think they have regular jobs. They just go on 4-wheel drive, fucking adventures for YouTube, live off that.
Oh, I can get that way, Adrian. If you've got a good channel, you can retire on your earnings. From YouTube, but I think a lot of people have missed the boat, though. It's whatever.
So I don't really subscribe to them.
Do you know,
but
I when I had a bit of money, Adrian, I went and bought a new Land Cruiser. Got the aluminium bull bar put on the front and the big worn winch on it, and got the Emu suspension put on it, and yeah, it was great. My mate said, "Get a black one. They look nice and black." Fucking mate, I went through once 4-wheel driving, and it was a black one. You should see all the fucking scratches all over it, you know, some little twigs
Oh,
and things.
yeah.
I never went 4-wheel driving in it again.
You can't really worry about
Yeah.
scratches and dings on a 4-wheel drive.
You know, there was one of those Grandale ones, those expensive ones with a whatever. And you know, you want to sort of keep it in pretty good condition. But if you're going to buy a 4-wheel drive, just get silver or white. You know, the scratches don't show as much. But don't get fucking black.
Oh, they're called 4-wheel drive 24-7.
Hang on,
Let's see.
4-wheel drive.
24-7, 24/7. That's their latest channel. 902,000 subscribers. Yeah,
Oh, yeah, that's all right.
yeah, that's pretty big.
You know, I went up to Queensland in that 4-wheel drive, Adrian, and you know, you come to places where you go, oh, it looks beautiful, and you think to yourself, you buy yourself, you get stuck in there. I mean, oh, fuck that. So didn't go in.
Well, they really do. They always go on a convoy, like.
Yeah, you got to. If you're going to do that sort of shit, you have to have someone with you, another 4-wheel
Yeah,
drive.
it's asking for trouble. Come by yourself, really. Not smart. Go right out in the middle of nowhere by yourself in a 4-wheel drive. Yeah, like fuck.
Yeah.
You want to have an emergency satellite fucking transmitter to call for help. You don't have to go far in Australia, and all of a sudden you've got no communication.
Yeah, I know. Well, I might all change with that Starlink shit. Who knows? Who knows? Well, I might fuck off, mate.
Yeah, I'm going to go and retire to the aircon.
Oh, really?
Stick my feet out. Man, I'm wrecked.
All right. I'll talk to you later on then.
Catch up later. See you, Steve. See you, Steve.
Yeah, bye.
Righto.
See you, Adrian.
Curtis, cool, all right.
See you, Mango Man.
Bye.
All right,
So-
see you, gentlemen. Bye now.
You're going
Righto,
too. All right. So it's only you and me, Zeke.
And that's going to fade quickly too, because I'm about buggered.
Oh, you fuck me dead. Take you to a party you twice. Go back the second time to apologise, do you?
Something like that.
I'll be honest with you, I'm past my bedtime. But anyhow, the one thing about it, how's life going after the promo period's just about over?
I'm still getting food in the morning and night, so I must be doing something right.
Okay, well, that's not too bad.
Yeah.
You've still got all the knives locked away in a secure place and stuff like that.
Yeah, everything's fairly intact. There's no bolos laying around.
Well, there you go. Yeah, I think, real in honesty, well, I think we've kicked around just about every subject that is on the planet tonight.
Oh yeah.
How did you get along with your mechanical endeavours with the Nissan.
Oh, well, got a new battery and a new alternator, hopefully, Sunday morning. But I'm still got to get an engineer to look at it. I spoke to the engineer tonight, actually. Part of what I've been doing this evening. I found a independent bloke. He's quite good. There's a few other places that are pretty prolific, but they're a bunch of pricks.
Oh yeah, some of those blokes think that they are so superior. It's not funny.
Oh yeah, you could take a bloody you could drive a brand new fucking Audi R8 in there, and they're like, oh, technically I could fail this on this, and this. It's like, no, you can't. Shut your mouth.
I remember back in the day when I used to do quite a bit of modification. There was one chap that thought he was a god.
Mm-hmm.
And I took a vehicle to him, and he carried on like a fucking idiot.
Yep.
And I said, "What?" I said, "The only reason I bought it here was just to get your reaction." And he said, "Well, I'm not going to pass anything here." And I said, "Why is that?" I said, "What? Because you didn't have involvement from start to finish or anything like that?" And he said, "Well, basically, yes, but I could have given you some." And I said, "Mate, you're a fuckwit, because I actually bought some of these parts and they come with the engineering anyway. I didn't know you. I just turned up here just to piss you off and call you a cunt."
Yeah, there's definitely a few that are toss spots around. Packard seem to have a decent reputation in Perth, but they're bloody busy and they don't give you enough decent feedback. Like they'll tell you, "Oh, this needs doing." They don't tell you to what spec or how. You know, it's like, "Oh, okay, wonderful. Now what?"
You know,
Yeah.
I the first time I came across the fuckstick paternity is when I put a V8 motor in a Volkswagen.
Oh yeah.
And you know, I worked out what I thought needed done, and they kind of, "Oh yes, that's a good addition," and this, but I would have done this in like that. And I said, "Yes, but you do realise this is heavier steel than what you're talking about, and its connection is actually, in my opinion, better than what you're specifying." And they said, "Oh, you know," and it came down to, yeah, you're right, but I'm the one that's signing off on it, and you need to appease me.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
So at the end of the day, I actually did one vehicle that appeased him, and then photocopied his paperwork for every fucking thing else.
Shit. Yeah, well, the good thing is, if you do get a good engineer, though, is that when you take it to the pits, if the good engineer's gone over everything from top to bottom, and they whinge about something, you can just say, "Oh, stiff shit, mate. Like, they've passed it. So, too bad."
You'll see, like over here, you know, we don't have to do the pits every if a vehicle's so old or whatever. You know, you don't have to do the pits all the time, providing that the vehicle, you know, all the lights work, the brakes work, stuff like that. There's no visible signs of rust that a copper can see. You can drive it until it falls apart or breaks down the side of the road, or do you scrap it?
Yeah.
But it comes back to, if you take it to a workshop, it comes back to duty of care.
Yes. Yeah.
So they've put some of it back onto the mechanical workshops to say to their customers, this vehicle really isn't fit for the road because it needs this, that, and that. Although they've got no legal abilities, it's there. The thing is to make customers aware, and at the end of the day, the older clientele, they're on budgets. They've got a fixed budget, stuff like that.
Yep.
There's some workshops around here that just go, no, I'm going to put a report in it, and they'll suspend the registrations and shit like that. But there's a good amount of good people around here would say, look, you need to do this. This is dangerous, and I'm not going to give it back to you. And that, people say, well, I can't afford it. We'll say, well, I'm going to do it anyway. Pay me next fortnight or next month,
Yeah.
But there's also the other ones that just say, you need to pay me this before I release the car back to you because we classify it as dangerous,
Yeah. A lot of tyre shops have done that in the past to people. Like goes in for a wheel alignment and the bloody tyres right on the legal limit, so they say, I'm not letting you drive this car off the premises. And then the bloke's like, what are you talking about? And they're like, well, we're not letting you drive the car, mate. It's tyres board, you have to buy more.
I'd like to see somebody tell me that.
No, I wouldn't. That was it's a mind trick. I would just say, oh, that's nice, mate. Give me my keys or I'll smack you in the gob.
I wouldn't even say, give me the keys. I wouldn't even say I'm going to smack you in the gob because that would be threatening them. The whole part about it is actions speak louder than words at times. And that's just my philosophy. The way things have gone, especially since the days I did an apprenticeship in the trade. I could inspect a vehicle and say, yes, it was fit to go on the road or not. Based upon emissions, leaks, brakes, lights, general condition, rust, all those kind of things.
Yeah.
We quite often had used car dealerships or used car salespeople bring a vehicle in to say, I need a roadworthy certificate for this vehicle. It's in perfect condition. And then you'd start looking at it and say, mate, you filled all this up with body filler. The whole thing about it is I can see it. It sticks out like dog's balls. Especially when you put it on a hoist to have a look from the inside looking out. It's like cheesecloth, but from the outside, as a buyer, that looks very nice and neat and straight and all the rest of it. I always had the thing is if it was a an off the street person themselves, and it was their vehicle to change a Rego over or something like that. You know, they'd bought it off wherever. And you'd look at it and say, well, you need a little bit of attention on this, mate, but I'll let it go. Job's right. But used car salesmen and shit like that, oh, fuck, I used to be hard on them. I think 9 cars out of 10 that they'd bring in, I'd knock them on something.
My mate was, well, he still is, but he works in the mines now as a mechanic. When he was running a shop in Adelaide, he had the same sort of thing. Yellow stickers getting removed, or canaries, whatever they've got in South Australia, removed off the cars for the car yards.
Mm.
And they'd say the same shit. Oh, it's in perfect condition, right? And he used to say to them, if this is in perfect condition, then my nan's a virgin.
Yeah. Look, integrity comes into business to a certain extent. I actually, for some things, I take, my vehicles down to a local garage, young bloke. I've known him since he was a kid. And he does look after me on prices and stuff like that. But he does get jobs in, and he'll turn up and knock on the door and say, I'll come down to the workshop and have a beer. And I said, what do you want to pick me brain about? And he said, I just want to, chuck around some ideas on something, and that's fine. But, I give him a little bit of work and whatever. And he knows exactly what I'm doing, because either one is I don't want to get dirty, or the other one is it's a prick of a job. If it's an easy job, I'll do it my bloody self.
Yeah, I'm the same. If it's an easy job, I'll handle it myself. If it's a pain in the ass or it's going to stretch out, then I'll get someone else to do it.
Yeah, but like I say, the young fellow, he does look after me very, very well, But look, you go to the pub and they say, the young, these prices have got up there a bit. And I said, well, at the end of the day, you got a couple of blokes working for him. You've got your overhead costs. He needs to cover that. And totally sticking up for him. And I said, I got this done and that done, and it cost me so much money. And I said, well, all right, you go to Super Cheap Auto or whatever. What's your oil going to cost you? What's your filter going to cost you? Then you've got to get rid of the oil, and then you've got to grovel around underneath the fucking thing and do all that shit. I suppose you're right,
It depends on where you're getting that service too. Like some places are blatant rip off. You charge you $400 or $500 to do what basically an oil change.
Yeah, well, that dealerships are a rip off.
Well, I know some small mechanics that rip blokes off like that. I know a bloke got his ute serviced, and all they did was change the air cleaner and the oil, and it cost him $520.
Yeah, well, I'd be saying to the bloke,
there'd be some sucky with that for $520.
Yeah, I'd be saying to the bloke, well, hang on, the book actually says the service is with filter changes and the whole lot is less than an hour. So you were charging $400 fucking dollars an hour because there's only $100 in parts.
That's it.
I'd be kind of throwing $150 on the counter and just say, see you later, go and get fucked.
That's what I'd do too. My kid showed me a TikTok of a bloke who's got a cabin filter. You know, the cabin filters in behind, they're either up behind the back of the box or in the cabin under behind the glove box or wherever, you know.
Yeah, usually 95% of them open up the glove box, pull that out, and that's where your cabin filter is. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I can't remember what car it was, but one of the cars has got a cartridge filter for that cabin filter. And
Yep.
it's literally, it takes you less than 6 seconds to change it. And they charged him $92 to change it, and the part's $12. So they want $80 for less than half a minute's work.
Around here, I think they charge them about $100 an hour, mechanic. Like I say, the smaller stuff that what I want to do, I do myself. Other kind of stuff, but the young fella, he don't charge me $100 an hour. He'll just say, pick us up. Make sure you turn up with a couple of beers and something for me to drink. And, it'll be the parts, which is at trade, and I'll just throw him another 50, Can't complain about that. But, not everybody's in that situation. But, there's some fucking thieves out there. That's what, like I work for dealerships. And that's why I got right out of the trade and got to the stage where I hated it with a passion, and kind of in a way still do. I love the challenge, the mechanical challenge. That's why I used to do a lot of motor change stuff. Putting V8s in stuff that shouldn't have them, and all that kind of stuff. I did a lot of that because it was a challenge.
Yep.
But I would never ever dream of saying, "Oh, my time's worth $100 an hour," because. I think the best paying job I've ever had was $68 an hour. So, I really look at it and say, even with all the bullshit that's added on to stuff, you're not paying the person doing the work $50 a fucking hour. So in other words, you're just ripping people off, at over $100 an hour.
Well, that's right. Yeah. All right, man. I'm gonna have to go dunny and crash, I think.
All right, we'll close it down and we'll say goodnight to the multitudes we have in chat.
I can't see the chat, so whoever's in chat, I hope you have a good one.
Yep, and stay tuned because I dare say we'll be back up tomorrow. And do not forget, people, hit the thumbs up on your way out.
That's it.
Or down, whichever takes your preference. It does help with algorithm bullshit stuff. The channel will be back up tomorrow at some time. And love us or hate us, but do not forget you always have the opportunity to join us on the panel and chat about what you want. So on that, we'll say good night.
Righto, night everyone. Righto, I'm out of here.